And then you're like, well, now that one's broken.
To be like, wait a minute.
All right, I think it's all good. Okay.
We see you.
Hello, hello, hello. Sorry about that. That was awful. Okay. How are we all doing today? We doing good?
Great.
It's
It's
been rough.
been rough.
It's been rough.
That's not
Oh.
good. Why has it been rough?
Tell him.
Yeah, tell him.
Sam, you tell him. Is he even here to tell him?
I don't want to.
Are you mentally present enough to tell him?
We started playing Dokapon Kingdom today, Joe.
What's that?
It's Mario Party, but
You already said enough in
But,
Mario
like,
Party.
so much more hate.
no, I didn't.
So
I didn't
much
know,
more
because
hate.
the focus it's Mario Party and Monopoly combined. So you
What the fuck?
you
No.
liberate towns, but it's also you PvP each other, and then you steal each other's towns, and then you can steal each other's equipment. You can change each other's names. You can
So
like,
it's
turn
all
their
the
heads
toxic
Change
parts.
each other's
Turds.
names?
It's
really
all the
bad.
toxic
I'm actually
parts
really worried
of
of every
Mario
party
Party.
game ever
Yeah,
put
it's
into
all the worst
one
parts.
game.
I'm really worried about Benji because he went through an entire like Griffith from Berserk kind of
no.
experience, and he
Oh,
ended
no.
on that note and is currently like a dark
Yeah.
lord.
He took a dark contract in exchange for all his worldly possessions just so that he could kill us.
But he has nothing. He's gained
Sounds legit.
nothing from doing
It's
it.
bad. It's
No,
really
Like,
dude.
he will come out of this next time we play it with nothing and will be just as miserable again.
And then he'll just make a new contract and it'll never end.
Yeah.
We're okay. I think we're okay today because it was the first one, but we
Today.
might not be okay next session. Like we might come in here like cold dead stare, but I'm just giving you forewarning.
Well, I mean, hey, maybe your inhibitions and your problems from prior will be disappearing when we get into D&D, which we can segue into after. If anyone got anything they want to shout out.
I want to point out it was so bad that Gmart started solo queuing League after because it was less toxic.
It was less toxic.
Ooh.
It was less toxic than what we were doing.
to league.
He's solo queuing.
Oh, buddy.
that is,
Oh,
Well, hey,
no.
at least you're all friends at the end of it. I think. Okay.
I mean, we can't see Tomato's face to know what face he's
loop around
making.
with Gmar and Benji to really figure out if like we're good or not.
Where we're at.
Tomato did say to me
It's
his
been-
camera's broken, and now I'm feeling like it's a result of Toxic Sunday instead
he
of
was
a.
crying.
It was
I punched it.
Yeah.
Actually, his camera broke as a result of last Toxic Sunday.
My
Oh.
camera
It fell and shattered.
the fucking thing, and it's
Oh
just
my
still sitting back
God.
there. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm
I've been
not
so
even kidding,
busy
that happened last Sunday.
I've not been able to get a new fucking camera, so I ordered one today, and I'm replacing it. But it's like it's just sitting back
You smashed
there,
it.
like annihilated. It's because I don't have space on my desk for this tripod one. I need one that doesn't have like a fucking tripod setup.
You need like one with like the little
Some days
arm
it was
that
fake,
like.
maybe.
I need one of those ones that has like the bendy thingies for the tripod
Yeah.
instead of like a rigid.
I have one of those. It's
Tripod.
good.
Yeah. Well, okay. Anything else to shout, or should we get started?
Anything else you wanna just be mad
Any
about?
other bad
also?
experiences today?
Yeah.
Over this week?
Anybody else have a bad day?
I'm still playing League and I'm having a great time.
Can we just document the
Damn.
slow change?
Yeah,
'Cause it's
yeah.
gonna be great
There-
for
There'd be a
science.
great edit here.
Any
Do like
Are
a
you-
flip book.
My
Any
wonderful,
mild
beautiful, peppy
changes?
wife
Have
showing up
you-
every Sunday. and
have
being
you
like,
gone into the
"I'm having
rift
a great
yet?"
time, and it'll slowly turn into.
Only against bots.
Okay, that's
Has there
why.
been a
That's why you're happy.
moment-
That's why you're
I'm
happy.
inching.
Yeah, that's why you're happy.
I
It's
would
gonna
stay
change.
there. I would just be
even
like-
one instance of like frustration where you kind of leaned forward a little bit and like shook your head or anything.
I feel like
starts.
what they should do in League is they should program the bots to flame you so that you have something prepared going in.
I do agree. No, I agree.
Yeah.
So you need to be.
Yeah, you
it's
need-
that
yeah.
You're not prepared for it.
Yeah.
The bots need to
Slow,
like
yeah.
call me a bitch and just
And then you
like
go
cuss me out a little
AFK,
bit.
ignore orders.
And then when it happens in a real game,
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, I've seen this before. I know how to
Yeah,
handle it.
exactly.
I was
yeah.
ready. I was
It's part of the
prepared.
tactic.
Here's my question though. So I still have chat off.
Yes.
If I'm playing against people, is there a reason to turn chat on?
No, people
Should
are.
I
Well,
be able
well,
to see
Hell is other
what my
people.
team says?
Technically, in an ideal world of like a 5v5 on League, having chat open is really good for communication because it's a very communicative
That's why I
game.
added pings though.
That's true. That's pings do exist, though. At the same time, you know, if in an ideal world, yeah, chat would be good. But if you open that chat, you will see things that no human eye should see. It is the most toxic thing you ever see in text form. But yeah, you can play without it. Pings work. Talking of playing
It could be mad,
things,
you'll never know.
should we get to D&D?
Shut off.
Because I'm sorry, 'cause I was
just
running
showing
slow.
up. Who cares?
D&D, bro.
Yeah, look,
You
I'm late.
must
I'm
that
late
game.
because of the sound thing. So let's we'll do the recap. We'll get into it. And who wants to do that? Who wants to give us the old recap? Do I have to pick a name? Okay. All right,
You do it
class.
so it's easy to see.
Let's see. Who's turning the head away? Bree. Okay, I appreciate that. Bree made me laugh. She doesn't have to read it.
Thank you.
Okay, last person to make me laugh has to read.
What the hell, man?
This is painful, and I'll read it because I would rather die than go
man.
through this bit.
Oh, man.
Wait, OG, you made him laugh really quick.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
see
Oh
what
actually.
you're
yeah,
doing
wait.
there.
Sorry, I'm out.
That's
That
very
was
She's out.
That's
No,
good,
I'll read.
smart.
Okay. It is no rumor that last we left off, the Six engaged in a battle with a giant fiery axolotl and its devout followers. After beating it, we mined a bunch of cherry stone, brought it back to our campsite to create a magical item capable of reviving companions. We then decided to focus on our next task, finding out what was missing in the memory of Duke. We learned that Farman was with two people from the Taskers Guild of Travels. Pippa? Not now. Before leaving to see the vault entrance for ourselves, we were hailed to meet the Council of Warmsteps, their intention seemingly to pay us off for knowing the town's weakness. Everything's fine.
And it is there in which we pick up with all of you outside the town. Just told the courier that you'll go with them, or the messenger. You'll go with them to go and meet with the council, who's currently awaiting your audience at the top of Warmsteps on the highest floor. So, with that being said, you'd head into the town. Are you following him straight up there? Are you doing any detours? Or are you going straight up?
Did we go to the top floor when I was not
briefly.
present?
We
Yeah,
popped
I think
in.
we
Just
did
like
every
went
floor.
like this.
I
Yeah.
also don't think that we can really be like, "Oh, I'm gonna take a couple pit stops.
No,
Yeah, right.
it's very much
we'll be
like
there when we get there.
it's very political grounds. Like it's very like ornamental gardens, very kind of structured buildings, kind of a small keep, and a great kind of guild hall. It's very much a place where only guards and politicians and their families walk around, or those going to meet with them. So it's a floor basically designed for this. In which case, yeah, you would head all the way up the central ley line lift, all the way up to the 13th floor. You hear the words Portessa as you kind of climb off of it. The courier nods his head to a couple of guards. The guards look past, they step aside, allowing him to walk through, leading you into the grounds. You'd be led across, you can see like at the top floor, actually having kind of natural sunlight as well. The only kind of most open floor, they say, they've got kind of almost these great kind of grassy gardens that are kind of well trimmed. You can see gardeners go along trimming them at all times with pathways interjecting between them. You've got military buildings up here. You've got the great guild hall, kind of almost like government center, and the keep of like the manor house / keep of the lord that owns Warmsteps. Because though there is a democratic council, it's still owned by a lord. And you'd be led across the path, going past wandering guards and other kind of politicians who are walking past, or guild members walking past you, heading straight towards the main guild hall. When you arrive outside, the guards, kind of one of them steps up. You can see they're kind of wearing their full kind of ornamental armor with the tabard showing the houses, the lordlings' houses of Warmsteps, and you can kind of see the discs are shaped on like almost like a little badge on their shoulder piece. The guards up here as well have almost these kind of circular rimmed helmets that almost represent each of the discs of the town as well. They stop. The courier bows his head and goes, "This is the Six. They are called for by the council to go straight in." The guard steps aside, nods his head. The doors open. You've got a full kind of corridor as you go in to begin with. Very marbled ground. You can see it's kind of clean, constantly being buffered and cleaned by janitors and workers there. They've kind of got little side sections and offices, but they're leading you straight down this kind of grandiose hall until you get into the kind of just the waiting room just before the actual council chambers, and you can see the signpost saying so. The courier bows his head and says, "If you could wait here for just a moment." Guards wait on the outside, completely diligently, silently holding spears up, And he opens one of the side doors and goes in, leading to kind of a quiet moment, allowing you just to kind of think to yourselves for a second. But it isn't long before those doors are opened. And you would see the council chambers are large, broad. There's a great window across the back, circular in its pattern, with kind of almost slightly painted glass, but enough for you to look out of. Various kind of paintings of just the different devices, such as the ley line lens or the discs that actually was built on, almost designed into it kind of in this spiral pattern to show the great inventions of the town. And that peers off for miles across the bay, as you are quite high up. You're 13 floors up, with each of them being a few stories each. So you're a good, like, 40 stories into the air. And you would see the way that the council chambers are designed and built in Warm Steps are representative of the discs outside. You've got this kind of almost like the desks come outward, and so at the bottom you've got the lowest portion, and then it goes up by one after one after one. It's kind of almost like the celebrity squares, but if it was kind of like aligned backwards, almost like a staircase, with each person sat further and further back. And you can see kind of the name signs of each of them. As you're kind of brought in, walking across, you can see all the guards at their pillars, almost bringing you in. And you can see right at the top, there is technically one for this level, which is the Lord's seat, or the seat for the Lady of the House, which is currently not occupied. On the next one down is Myala, who is sat there. You can see the Ruptured Glass Guild is underneath it. The layer of each of the town is kind of underneath them, so floor. The next one down has a kind of a young, handsome gnome. You can see his name's up there, Lester Renwrench, of the First Smithing Guild. The next one down on Victorum has Vaxa de Braun, who's a gold dragonborn, kind of decorated with lots of jewels and kind of this flowing robe. She sits there. She's part of Serpent's Coil. Harvester is the next one down. You recognize the gnome here. He's got his large glasses on. It's Leperoff Weiss of the Kovas Tackle Society. The next two, Former and Ven, are both not present. But you'd see the names. Oshiak of the 12 Wars Company on Former. And on Ven, the kind of religious sector, you'd see Yerrick Yasod, who doesn't have a guild associated with them. Next down, I know I'm info dumping on you right now, but just to give you everything at once. The next one down on Ord is Crane Gil. You see this very shrewd-looking human, hairless, no eyebrows, no hair, almost these kind of pruned lips that are almost graying in color. Looks quite gaunt, like he's almost on the borderlines of death, but almost a young expression, and no wrinkles on his face to be found, like his skin has been drawn and kind of pulled. Rixer on the next one down is Bestemoth von Bada of the Guild of Celestial Weavers, a red-skinned tiefling with horns that are kind of curling down. You can see she's added extra kind of portions to her horns that make them longer, made of gold. Vigil on the next one down, there is no one present, but it does say Elric Mankiller, Alemasters Guild of Excellence. And then the next one down, Paxel, you see Gracia Iel of the Broken Rock Society, the one that Carlisle'd spoken to. The elven lady sits there. And then in the last two, Celera, a military quarter, you see Kerbal of the Sentient Arms. There's a half-orc, half-Goliath broad figure, much broader than your usual orc. Kind of sits there, kind of... the only one to have his elbows on the table in front of him. Not really sat there delicately, uncomfortable, always wearing kind of armor. And then on the bottom one, there seems to be that the plaque was removed, as this previously had belonged to Erexil of the Kneaded Dough. On the last floor. So you see all of these different lords and ladies of their different representatives of the council and this guild sat upon, kind of waiting for you to step forward, along carpet drawn out so it's below the staircase of guild masters. But finally, you're kind of brought forward, and the courier kind of steps up, whispers to one of this kind of like speaker of the house almost, over to the left of the tall staircase, and says, "Introducing the 6 adventuring party, venturing from Marigold and all others." Myala keeps a straight expression and doesn't speak first. You'd see that kind of leaning forward, eager to speak, you would see Besmoth von Bada, the tiefling. She leans across and goes, "Ah, so you are the 6. We've heard much about you. Welcome to the halls of Warm Steps. I must ask, on behalf of the council in general, what is the purpose of your stay?"
Did we tell anyone? Like, have we? Sorry, 'cause
I'm
again, I missed
also
some.
trying to remember.
Have we, like-
if we've given?
I feel like we've-
an answer to this.
Outwardly is concerned. I'm pretty sure we've spread out flyers that we're here as an adventuring
We're an
party.
adventuring
We're
party.
just
We are an
Okay.
adventuring
We're just
party.
traveling, aren't we?
There is no outward objective.
Yeah, so we're just
that we've
passing
told
through.
anyone.
Is what is pretty much what
Yeah,
we've told
we
anyone.
go
Okay.
town to town. We take odd jobs. We
Yeah.
fucking move.
Okay.
on.
Yeah.
Well, as you said, we are an adventuring party. We've been going from place to place. We're here to take jobs, to travel, to see new things.
This is good. And how long do you plan on staying here in Warm Steps?
As long as there are interesting things to do and see.
You would see kind of leaning across from the top, almost like rolling her eyes as she kind of enters into the conversation. Vaxa, the Gold Dragonborn, just goes, "Well, that's good to hear. Best of perhaps stop asking them such vague questions. Let us get to the matter at hand. Perhaps we can actually hire them to go and deal with those ruffians on the roads who keep attacking my carts. Unless that goes against what you wish, Bestimoff." "No, of course not. But maybe you should be dealing with them, my ones first." Myra then kind of leans forward for the first time and goes, "I have dealt with the 6 before. I journeyed with them into the town. It is I that has recommended you to the council in general. We have been given word that you are involved in a matter just to the east of the town. At the Thermal Heights Guild?" She's going to pose it questioningly to you.
This is what we just did, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no point.
We can
Like,
be transparent about why.
Yeah.
Like we were there.
They know that we were there.
They know
we were
everybody's.
there, like,
Yeah.
we don't. This is like
We
of
said
the
who we
things to be
were.
interrogated for. This is one
Yeah.
that we don't have to lie about in any way, shape, or form, right?
Yes, we were.
And when you were there, we believe you fixed our little issue.
As best we could.
Kind of a big issue, really.
You see eyes kind of shoot towards you, Desmond. Leproth kind of leans forward, kind of wipes his glass and goes, "Quite. So you understand the functionality of the Thermal Heights Guild?"
Gandrasa
how we
just
managed
raises
to
her
fix it.
eyebrow.
What'd you say, Desmond?
That's how we managed to fix it.
All
Gotta
right.
understand how something works to fix it.
Bestmoth kind of leans on her elbow and goes, "That is good. And this is why we have called you up here, because with such privileged information, we wish to reward you for your help. Considering that you could have damaged the town, so we would like to exchange you an offer. Or perhaps a better word is a reward. Myra has informed us that you have a benefactor, Lord Cogsworth, who is sending gold to your campsite. Myala kind of sits back, almost like eyes down at you, as if to say, "Of course you did background check." And
Did you guys tell her that?
No.
Okay,
she
I didn't
background
think
checked
she would have.
us.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
from Marigold, right?
Yeah.
That's the
guy
dude.
with the mansion
Yeah.
in Marigold. Fucking hell, that's scary. All right.
She got eyes everywhere, dude.
Yeah, she said, "What's the tea?" I need to know everything.
She said, "My little birds."
Yeah, exactly.
And of course, with his gold and his aid, and of course ours combined, with our technology and advancements, we wish to extend you a reward of a mutual benefit. You see, the great town of Warm Steps was designed by the late architect Tannis. Rest in peace, a former council member here, and his technology is something that we have kept quite coveted to ourselves. It is the technology of being able to carry immense weight without worry of collapse. Now, for a town of our function, that requires great amounts of energy. But for a moving caravan, far less so. We offer you as a reward for your services our technology to improve your campsite so that when you move it from place to place, you can have buildings upon it, great weight upon it, and it will move with ease and plant wherever you need. We share this reward and technology with you, with the understanding that everything that happened over the last day or so remains confidential.
Understood.
Above board.
Mhm.
Are we comfortable abusing the ley line like that? Like, isn't that the implication?
I was just
there?
about to say.
Yeah.
I
That's
was going to say
freaky.
that I think I think we should say we would like to be privy to how this upgrade is being
Yeah.
achieved.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think we didn't really talk about it, but I think at this point, all we know now is that a ley line was diverted. We haven't been to the vault to see what's happened
True.
yet, so I
That
don't
was a
think we
good
have a
point.
reason
Yeah,
to
we
like
don't
be
know
like,
what it
True.
means.
we're blowing the whole thing up. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Other than the fact that they're trying to keep it secret, and Spring said the vibes are fucky bad with the ley line here. So
Yeah, but we just don't. I think we just don't have enough to.
go off of.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also, whether or not we like it, swinging up at the entire council by being like, no, I think we will tell
No,
everyone
yeah,
about the
I
thing you're
mean,
doing.
we just
I
put
mean,
our fingers up and back out.
complete
smile and nod here,
security.
right?
Yeah.
Regardless.
I don't
I
think we
think-
should reject it. I think we should question the nature of it and then accept it and then decide after the vote,
Yeah, I mean, I
like,
think
the
it would-
consequences.
If we'd already been to the vault and we already were like done here, we could be like,
yeah.
"Fuck you, blow it up." And,
bye.
yeah, right.
We only
Like-
be bound by contracts as much as we give a shit about the people that are making the contracts. So
Sure.
we
Yeah.
can't just be like, thanks for the cool stuff. Fuck you.
Bye.
And do whatever we want.
True.
Would we be privy to the nature of this upgrade, how it's being achieved, what's being used?
You hear Levrov go, ha! They want to be privy to it. And then puts his glasses back on. You'd see Myala leans forward a little bit and goes, are you asking about the designs behind it? How we achieve it?
We would
I
like
think-
to know how to fix it should
Right.
something go wrong.
Practically speaking, how do we keep it going? Right? Who maintains it? Are you going to send someone along, or do we have to invite into our camp? Can we train people in our camp?
We could
I-
provide creators with it, but unfortunately, and excuse the outburst from Councillor Leporov, The very nature of our town in itself is a well-kept secret. A family recipe, if you will. It only remains in the hands of those most trusted to us. We assure you, though, this is a technology of great advancement. And we
This
don't
is safe.
share it with everyone.
Above board, does the name Tyrannus mean anything to anyone? Has anyone heard of him?
Roll a history check.
Right.
Let's go.
12.
15. not good
14,
for all
but
of us, though.
if I can add my 5, I will.
What's your 5 from again, sorry?
Historical. Background, +5 to history and arcana checks to recall historical and magical lore.
I wouldn't say this is magical. This is more sciencey kind of magic. It's more. It's less so. Well, I think it's magical
I know.
is the key word there, just because it's the idea is it's based on that. Because this is more to do with craftsmanship and artificery.
I'll use a roll to make mine a 20 then.
Okay.
My flash of genius.
Yeah, you can
Nice.
almost kind
Good
of
job.
invigorate your mind to remember. His name was brought up in the Temple of Design. You would see it on one of the pillars there, one of the kind of museum pillars that showed he was the designer of Warm Steps discs in general. With a 20, you could probably learn that he was a former council member. He actually used to be in the position of Myala, in the kind of old guild section, very high up in kind of the council. And he died. He was murdered. He was assassinated, and they don't know who did so.
Okay.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
Found of poison in the system.
I hope that none of this is sounding like pushback. We are, I think, very grateful for this exchange. We just have to consider the safety of the people who are traveling with us, you understand?
You kind of get Kerbal down in the military section, leans forward and goes, "You question the council. This whole thing is too much cost anyway. I say we speak to them plain and simple. You're an adventuring party, you did good there, we'll give you a reward. We can do so in gold if it is better. But you will keep everything you learned back there shut. You keep it quiet. Or you will find no work across the entire bay." You see some others go kind of like fold, and then Councillor Jill kind of leans in and goes, "What I believe he's trying to say is we are obviously very discretionary around this topic in general, and I disagree with Councillor Kerbal." "You would." "The matter at hand here is simply, you have done us a great service, and we wish to return you to one. But of course, the safety of our people here remains paramount to what you have done."
Of course.
May I question the necessity for this secrecy around it? Is it money? You do not want another town to replicate this? Or
Bestimoth nods her head and goes, "In the Bay of Progress, the best kept secrets are the most profitable ones. If we were to share out our plans and our designs for how we create the discs, then we'd be putting ourselves into a position of misfortune. Others would replicate. And then the unique nature of Warm Steps is gone. We assure you there is nothing nefarious there. It is the same way that any invention, you must keep the primary. Oh, think of it like this. You are asking the details of the family recipe. We don't want to tell you the details of the family recipe, what spices we put into our sauce. But we are willing to give you many jars of it. If you do not wish this, then it is no insult to us, but we wish to come to another agreement, one that is enough to keep you quiet.
Should we accept this quite generous offer? How long would it take to ready our encampment? Is it a matter of hours, days?
It depends, but probably days. A few.
Right.
Think of it like this. Lady Indras, is it?
Indeed.
It is like Tense's floating disc, but on a grander scale.
Sorry, follow-up question. Again, assuming we accept this quite generous offer, you don't want to tell us the secrets behind it, which is understandable. Will you tell us the limitations around it so that we do not, overload it, or what if we expand? I don't want to break it, right? Is there some sort of list of do's and don'ts or something?
You'd see, kind of leaning forward, less the Ren wench for the first time, the kind of more handsome Ren goes, well, functionally it should work for whatever designs you want to put on it. Of course, don't build an entire city. But buildings, a few buildings would be fine upon it. Would probably give you 2 discs. Essentially, they are capable of floating in the air, hovering just above the ground. It kind of creates an energy field between the floor and the bottom of the disc. And there's a function to turn it off and lower it to the ground as well. If you go up vertical surfaces, that might break it, but it could handle 60-degree angles, 70 perhaps.
Damn.
Amazing.
As long as the things on top are nailed down.
Is there... I don't really have a head for all of this sort of crafting kind of thing. Is there a risk to the ground as we float along? Do we kill wildlife or?
No. It's essentially just hovering in place, the same way.
Right. So really, like a tensors. Got it.
On a larger scale, yes.
It would be connected to the same source that Warm Steps is, correct?
No. Warm Steps takes a much greater amount of power. We've managed to condense that since. But it would need... It will re-energize itself from other sources of magic.
Can I
It's
insight
draining.
here this
That sounds
guy?
like it's
It feels like
draining.
I'm trying to see if there's like
Yeah,
something that
it
there's a
does.
side effect here that he is not conveying to us right
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely.
It's a 31.
Jesus.
He seems... It's less so that he's worried about telling you like a flaw, and more like he was so close then to revealing like one of its
The secret.
secrets. Yeah, how it was
Right.
designed.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that similar then to sort of if I were to cast, many things in a day, right? And I sort of feel myself being depleted. Is it, I feel better on after I have a rest or something? Is that what you mean by re-energizes itself? I don't need to find a fuel source for it.
Besamoth kind of leans back and goes, Yes, in a way. It is the same way that the flowers need the sun to live.
It will not re-energize from people, correct?
You see some smiles go across it. We are profiteers, we are guild makers, we innovate and advance mortality. We're not monsters.
She's thinking about the town.
Yeah, of
obviously.
course.
The one that literally drained from people to teleport. So yeah.
Is there a limit to where we can and cannot go with these discs? You know, can I sort of, I don't know, I can go to the edges of Hyaloma, I can go to, you know, can I cross an ocean on it? Can I?
They are built to last a long time. I would not cross planes without perhaps recharging them first.
And to recharge them, would we just stay in one spot for a moment, or?
They will recharge when you rest, yes. If you camp out, they should be good.
Is there a limit to how far they can go then? What if I wanted to, you know, what if I needed to go to the land without light, but, you know, I was feeling quite hot. Can I just set it on course? And then that would be quite exciting, wouldn't it? We just set it to go and then
You see
everyone
Catwood
just
put his
does
hands
their
ahead
own
and goes,
thing, go to sleep.
can we not just have the crafters speak to them about this functionality? This is a council meeting. We have other
For
matters
those
at
of you who
hand.
know Indrasa, she really didn't care about the excitement of that at all and was
Yeah.
just trying to get an answer
But
as
you-
to how
You can see
this was-
Catwood doesn't care. He's just kind of, the
Yeah.
whole time he's frustrated. Jill goes, yes, we should probably allow you to speak with someone in private afterwards. I would offer, and then Myala goes, of course, I know them. I will speak to them after the council meeting. You would wait for me outside if you would. I'll bring you to my offices.
Fantastic.
Of course.
You see others are kind of like eyeing up towards her and then kind of look across you. Well, if there is nothing else, of course, I will give word to the council whether you accept this gift or not, and perhaps we can come to another accord if you do not. But we do inform you that the Thermal Heights Guild has since been removed from the area. Currently, and I say this on behalf of the council, there are very few people that know of what was done in the early hours of this morning, and you are looking at all of them.
Nods.
So, of course, this information remains here.
Fuck. That's so scary.
Now, the six. I am sure the other council members would love to invite you to perform great deeds of valor. But we have other matters to attend to, such as the farming guilds wish to come meet. Isn't that right, Master Leperov? Yes, yes, that is the next one on the agenda. So, as there is anything left to be said, may we excuse them? I'm sure they've got places to be. Yeah,
Thank you for your time.
About the heads, you see the courier kind of slips outside, and you'd be kind of almost invited to leave. Which the next kind of groups are waiting outside in the hall. You can see you've almost skipped ahead, like they were allowed to kind of pull you in whenever you arrived. Yes, others are kind of like looking at you kind of impatiently, and then walk in afterwards. But you kind of led back out into the hallway, and kind of left to your own accord.
Cool. So they murdered everybody else.
Yep.
was
Yeah.
who lived through that.
Fair enough.
Very neat.
That's terrifying.
Okay.
To be fair, most of them were already dead.
True.
So it's not like there were that many
There weren't
left to
that
kill.
many.
True.
Just throwing that out there.
So we're waiting here for Marilla, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah,
what we're
I think
asked
so,
to do.
right? Because we want to,
Yeah.
if we do want to do this and it's going to take a few days, right? We would want
I'm
to.
also scared of her, and I feel like we shouldn't.
Oh God, yeah.
piss
Did you
her
guys
off.
like?
I
Did
think
you
she
talk to
murdered
her more?
Tyrannus
Like,
to get her position?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you saying, OLG?
did you talk to her more? Like when I was not
Not.
the episodes I missed.
We-
like, were you guys like, "What's
We,
up,
like, had,
Rella?
like,
Let's
a
be
very
pals."
We
brief.
visited her office, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she basically just said like, don't make any contracts with anyone here, but also don't
Yeah.
tell anyone that we have a kind of a contract with her.
Yeah,
Like,
she was
don't let
like,
people
don't
know
talk
we're
about
working."
our connection,
Yeah.
but also everybody is going to be trying their hardest
Right,
to get
right,
you to
right.
sign
Yeah.
with them. Don't do any of it, basically. And we were like, gotcha.
And Joe, how long has Warm Stuffs been up and active? A couple hundred?
A few hundred,
Years, you
probably
said?
about 300
hundred.
and something years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you're waiting for her to come out of the chamber. Yeah,
I
you'd
think.
see you'd see as the council kind of departs. Several of them coming out before her. You can see Kerbal steps past, walks straight over to like, the weapon rack, picks up his kind of big old axe, and you can see it's kind of almost got this great like gemstone in it. It almost swirls and goes into his hand. He kind of puts it over his shoulder, walks right past you, goes kind of almost the more aggressive one on the council. Others like walk past, but Myala simply walks out, smiles towards all of you. We'll move to my chambers in a moment. And she kind of allows this moment where all of the council members walk past and sees you with her. And then turns her foot and goes straight towards one of the side rooms, kind of the offices. And wanders into there, allowing you to follow.
Mm-hmm.
When you kind of go into this chamber, you can see it's like designed as kind of a sharing kind of office room where they might do kind of more quieter meetings with the council. But she simply just takes it over. She excuses a couple of the guards to leave and just says, if you could close the door. And they do so, allowing you to remain in this office room. And she turns, kind of puts her hands behind her back and looks across all of you. Well, the die has been cast. That means you are being associated with me, and your actions will reflect upon me and mine upon you. I hope you'll be as cautious as I will.
Noted.
Now, did you pick up on something that I had suggested in the council there?
Trying to remember what she suggested.
Me too. I'm trying to remember who mentioned the like.
There was a lot of people talking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
I
guy
think it's
mentioned that
safe
we
to
should just
say-
pay them off.
She
She said she knows us
Andressa will-
well.
She said she knew you
Fuck,
well.
what
She'd
else
meet
did
with
she
you
say?
afterwards to talk about the fundamentals of it. She mentioned that you're
Yeah.
the only ones who know about
Oh, yes.
the
Thermal Heights.
And the
Yeah.
Thermal Heights Guild.
Yeah.
She looks at you and says, "It is okay. Good that you didn't. Shrewd nature is only really allowed here in the Bay because it is how you survive. I mentioned to you that you, outside of a few very trusted people who are paid quite well, and the council members, no one else knows of that valve system. So I put to you the question, how did they know to attack it?
We left and we didn't tell anyone like, oh, we found this other room, et cetera, right? We just like we're like, peace out, and then yeah, that's what I thought.
Is there someone else on the council that you think would have a reason to sabotage it?
I mean, they all have their problems with each other. But what it does
Clearly.
mean is that someone on that council wishes to crush the entire town.
Right, who would
Jesus.
profit from one, knowledge getting out, or two, it falling down?
That is where the guess is still trying to find its place. But it does mean that someone in the council is directly involved. That means that they know you're preventing it. So there'll be someone on that council that wishes your downfall as well now. So you must watch your backs. Like I said in there, you could probably ascertain to what happened, but the remainder of those who knew about it at the Thermal Heights Guild have been dealt with. This is the unfortunate passing of how business must run. For the safety, of course, of Warm Steps in general. I have some thoughts on who could be involved, but I've narrowed it only down to a few. All of those who are not present there are non sequiturs. They are no one to be worried about at all. I believe it was one of the present council members. Bestomoth and Vaxar are both at each other's throats, due to small incursions from merchant guilds and fighting between roads and whatnot. They are directly competing with one another. Leproth and Lester are also competing against one another quite frequently about incoming goods, exports coming into the town, smaller guilds being bought out or shut down. Lester believes Leproth is buying shipments from the City of the Seven, cutting past trade contracts. And Crane and Kerbal are at each other's throats as well. Kerbal's enforcement is a guild of mercenaries that all have sentient weapons. They're known as the Sentient Arms. That comes with the inclusion of hiring some cheaper, more thuggish fighters. Crane has an issue with this, but Kerbal believes himself to be opposing Crane because Crane himself is a criminal due to a year he spent in the Dreadwood some time back. And believes that Crane has some nasty cohorts in his midst. And some undesirable contacts. If I was to put money on anything, it'd be one of those 6.
If, God forbid, this town were to fall, clearly everyone, it would be bad for everyone. But who would take the most blame?
Entirely depends on the manner in which it falls. This is where I'm confused. I don't see the profit in a collapsing town.
What if it is not about collapsing the town, but unlocking the potential of the thing it is abusing?
No need to beat around the bush here. The ley line.
The ley line. Yes.
But unlocking its potential
What would-
how?
It is currently being rerouted, correct?
Well, yes, if that's how we bring the energy in here. It is rerouted through the valves.
If it was no longer rerouted, would it... I don't know. Is
What
it
if,
backed up? Like, above board? If it's been rerouted, because didn't we learn it's like... I'm just wondering if someone could abuse... If it's like backed up, if someone could abuse that explosive rush of like magic and like use it to their advantage or something. I don't know.
You said that you don't want the secret, right, of Warm Steps to get out, the tech of the discs themselves, the ley line as well. How concerned are you if people have one without the other? What if someone gives away the tech of the discs?
They would not.
Puts their own disc on a lay, but how do you know that? If you think that there are potentially 6 people on the council who did sabotage Warm Steps already.
We don't have the information ourselves, per se. We have hired crafters that understand it. We are mostly
Right.
guild leaders. The council knows of the basic format of how our town functions, I suppose. But just the knowledge of how it works is not enough to give away the pattern to someone else, or give away the design to someone else. I don't think the council is capable of sharing that information. The last people that were, unfortunately, passed. Other than the designers that do it on a smaller level, but the greater function of Warm Steps and how the ley line was ever diverted properly, it's a little more complex than that, and I'm afraid that information died with Architect Tannis.
So, let me ask you a question, I suppose. Do you think, as you know your fellow council members and we do not, do you think that if we had not been there, do you think anyone else would have been able to get in there and stop the sabotage? Do you think that... Well, I guess that's my first question. Because when we got there, they hadn't even really sent word yet. They were just sort of about to get to that. So is there someone who on the council has a connection to the Thermal Heights Guild, I suppose, and then...
Well, the Thermal Heights Guild was not technically a... 90% of their members, probably more, 98% of their members do not know about the existence of the vows. They believe that was just a means of... Thermal Heights Guild's entire function was creating air balloons. They thought that the vows beneath were just a way of diverting heat alone. The vast majority of them. Anyone working in the mine itself was fake members of the Thermal Heights Guild. The foreman knew of the function, and his purpose in the Thermal Heights Guild was to assure the entirety of the guild was a front. Everyone that was inside that mine was an extension of the council, put there by us. Every worker was capable of fighting. Every person down there that knew how to create that or defend it was there simply as a front. The ones who attacked must have been quite formidable, for they were well-paid soldiers down there. Any remaining personnel that was put there by the council is no longer with us.
Does anyone on the council have a connection with the Underdark, or that you know of?
Not that I know of. Why?
We are going to dig a hole into a room with a bunch of valves, right? You're digging through.
Above board, we know that guy from the Dread Vault was referenced by the like dudes who broke into the mine.
The Darrow or whatever they were called.
And that kind of puts more suspicion on the
yeah.
dude that's also taken
Yeah.
a stint in the Dread Vault, because that would be an opportunity to meet if those things
They
align.
might know each other.
Yeah.
Do you
Don't bring Darrow, he said.
when was Master Crane? What did you say? When was he in the Dread Vault? Do you know?
Somewhere between 16 or 17 blessings ago.
What did he do?
Crane Jill was involved in the Cerulean Flask uprise. The Alchemist Guild, which had its own wars. He was creating some rather dangerous potions. He's one of the few surviving members of the Cerulean Flask before it broke off into the many different flasks it is now. He has since changed, or so he says. Less of an alchemist nowadays, more of a connoisseur of business.
Okay. Above board, if he was 16, 17 blessings ago, it looks like the Bulat was in there for 9. Right? So, and if he just went out, this dude would have been in there before him. Which is why I asked. Is there any reason to not tell Myala that, like, oh, it was some Darrow in there and whatever?
I worry still.
I care when
Because
I
we don't know
her,
if
so.
she actually is orchestrating the whole thing.
Yeah.
We have no fucking idea, right? Like, we don't know this person. She could be playing it really 5D chess, right? Like, who fucking knows?
Myala, do you think that everyone on the council is content to stay in Warm Steps? Do they quite like Warm Steps as a home?
I would say so. Everyone looks to rise. Even though the functionality of where you are on the council and a position on the hierarchy in general, even though we are all equals, there is always the temptation to rise through a higher disc. That is the nature of it. Of course, everyone has ambition. If Warm Steps was to fall, again, I see no profit in its destruction.
Then it isn't about profit. Likely not.
Well then, what could it possibly be about?
Maybe something we haven't put together yet. Power? Utilizing the ley line in some nefarious way.
Ley lines are all over the place, my dear. Why would anyone need this one?
True, there are quite
We
a lot
know
of them,
why.
aren't there?
Yeah,
Myala, were you
Above board,
born
the vault
in-
probably is connected to it, but
Were you born in Warm Steps? Are you from here?
Nearby.
Who on the council would you say is the most patriotic?
Towards Warm Steps?
Mm.
Well, other than myself, I would say that... Leproth is a very proud member. Lester Renwench is probably the proudest member we have, as he belongs to the First Smithing Guild. The others... I mean, Bestimoff von Bada is interested in the profits. It's easier to earn profits here. She can make a name for herself here, whereas if she was in Sunclock, like she used to be, she'd be just one of many. So, it depends...
Are there any on the council who are particularly devout? And do you know to whom?
Devout in what way?
worship.
Worship.
Not in particular.
What about... Sorry, going.
Well, we are not a religious sort here, in the traditional means of praying each night. We believe in innovation. There are those who do study the workings of design. Our temple is entirely devoted to them. Yeragriel Sold is probably the most devoted there. He is our representative, but he was called back to the capital city of Neverset.
When?
Oh, a month ago? Perhaps
Oh,
two?
for what?
That is stuff of
Some
temples
sort of
and
religious.
They have their own
Right.
secrets, but
About a month.
there is something going on in the capital.
Is anybody on the council? Did anyone sort of work their way up through their guild? Right? Did they design anything? Did they create anything? Invent anything?
Over the years, the council has become less about the innovators and the crafters and more about those who bring the most profit to the town. If you ask me, it is for the betterment. There was a time in which the council did have many members, they pushed forth their inventors and their innovators and their crafters to the top degree. And though there are members of the council that are quite functional and quite capable, Bestomoth is a rather renowned mage in her degree, along with Crangier being an accomplished alchemist, I would say the council is mostly formulated now of those who know how to run guilds. Mistakes were made in the past when we allowed most of it to be counselors of innovators, because it turns out that just because you can invent something doesn't mean you can lead it. There are minds and then there are mouths.
I want to know more about Tyrannus personally. I don't know if you guys want. What? Can you tell us more about Tyrannus? His death and events surrounding it. Him in general.
Sad affair, that one. I mean, the architect himself was the creator. He was here at the beginning of Warm Steps. He designed the whole thing. And he was one of the leading council members for years. Said to be the last innovator on the council in general. He was the last of a dying breed, you see. At a time where Warmstep was built of inventors on the council, one by one they left or lost all of their money or were outed as not being good leaders. He remained. But time got the betterment of him, and perhaps he made too many enemies in the years he was here. A few centuries would do that to a person. You create some enemies along the way. And he was found poisoned in his own home. A
How
beautiful
long ago
inventor.
was that?
Oh. What, it must have been 4 blessings ago now? 3?
No, just 4 blessings.
Yes.
Were you able to? He sounds like such a interesting individual. Were you able to interact with him quite a bit? Were you on the council at the same time?
No. I was an understudy, if you will, to many of the people at the time, but I took his position because of my connections within the town. He, quite earnestly, was a strange fellow.
I imagine so, to be able to envision the whole of Warm Steps. That's quite a unique mind.
Forgive my brashness, but surely that puts you at an odd position, taking his spot. Did anyone question or accuse you?
I was brought in by vote. The others all brought me in together. They believed I would be the most capable of taking over from his post and actually innovating everything left behind. In fact, like I said, I believe the council was happy to see him gone. He was slowing profits.
Was there quite a lot that you needed to course correct then when you stepped in?
Of a sort, yes. You see, the architect Tannis was more focused on innovations at the cost of all of our profit. He believed in change must come with a lot of sacrifice. Whereas consistency and maintaining were more of the, well, preferable way and approach to running this town in general. Under his rule, perhaps yes, more things would be invented, but Steps would nowhere be the town it should be now. In the last few years, we have advanced ourselves to becoming one of the primary towns in the Bay, surpassing most of the others. Second richest, one might even argue, after Sunclock itself. Perhaps even in the future, give it a century or maybe two, maybe we'll become the capital of the Bay. And that is because of our direction as a council.
Was Tyrannus continuing to invent things then as sort of leader of the after, he did Warm Steps and everything? Did he just keep going?
He attempted
just
to.
New idea after new idea.
He would attempt new ideas, bring to us designs and whatnot.
They didn't work?
They were too costly, for the most part.
What did he do? Just sort of hold himself up in an office and think of things?
Not necessarily. He would, I suppose to an extent, he would be in his workplace, but he was a frequent member of the council. It's just that you must understand, just because something can be created doesn't mean it should be created. If we were to take the risk and try some of his advancements, it could come with the entirety of the treasury of Warm Steps falling apart. Without that, we wouldn't be the town we are today.
Did anyone ever vote to try them? Like, did they make it to a vote, or just sort of everyone agreed?
We voted.
They were flat out.
And consistently voted against it until he was voted off the council.
Oh, sorry, I don't think
after.
So he was not a member of the council when he passed?
Afraid not. Maybe they chose to deal with him when he had less focus on him, less eyes, less protection. Sad affair, though.
All right.
And we miss him dearly.
Yes, I can imagine. All right. Well, I suppose we need to decide if you would like to take you up on your, as I said, quite generous offer for our encampment. Should we decide to do so, what happens next? What do we do? Just tell you yes, you send some people over?
Yes, primarily. It won't be as old-fashioned as the discs here. We like to keep with the tradition with those. It's a lot more subtle nowadays. We can design it out of any material you wish. The fundamental portions of it will be in the midst of it. If you want it to look like a grassy knoll floating beneath your town as it moves, if you want it to look like wood or stone, whatever you need be, that will be part of the design. But I will inform you this. There is nothing nefarious in this deed here. This is entirely trying to pay you off. In fact, I'm surprised that it was suggested in the first place. But I think
Who suggested it?
Leprov Weiss.
Leprov Weiss. What if we say yes? You give us beautiful discs for our encampment. We finish our business here in Warm Steps. We are all alive. Warm Steps is happy. We leave. Can you just sort of remotely turn it off?
No. My dear, this is a large bag of gold. If you'd prefer that, we can do it. But they are less comfortable with that. Their belief is that by giving you something that is somewhat egotistical, a portion of warm steps to go with you for being protectors of the town, that you would see it as a gift worthy of keeping the secret. And to be quite frank with you, it does keep you somewhat on the map. See, it'd be easier to track down where a current moving town is. Not that it would be difficult to lose your caravan in the first place, but at least if you took this offer and you were to betray it, they'd be able to find you. Though I will say this, and I will say this with a respect I have built towards you. Having an adventurer assassinated is a lot more difficult when they are capable than having a civilian. In truth, as much as Kerbal would like to sit there and threaten you with prowess, if you were to share the secret, there's very little we could do. That is why they are paying such a vast amount. And they are also trying to save face. If the town knew we were giving away, let's say 30,000 gold for this deed, questions might be asked. What is so important there? Whereas this seems to be more of an investment in your future.
Mm.
When are they going to want an answer?
Before you leave. But I would say, not the chambers, but before you leave the town in general. But I'd say that the longer you sit on it, the more likely they would start to get paranoid.
Hmm.
And that paranoia might extend to one another more so. As they let it slip, Kobol's loose tongue has put him in a position where the council are going to be panicking about informing you of too much and showing weakness. This is politics, though, and politics does move fast and slow. It ebbs and flows. At this moment, I would say, just simply keep us updated that you're thinking about it. But they are currently questioning, why would you ever turn down such an offer?
Hmm. Well, we certainly have a lot to talk about.
Indeed. It has been good speaking with you, but if you find any information at all that can lead to whoever was responsible for this, I'd ask that you come to me first. We won't want any of them acting irrational. We need to deal with this in a political manner. We need proof, evidence. Find it.
Understood.
Good. Spend as much time here if you wish. You are more than welcome in our guild halls. She walks past you and out of the door.
If it's her, she's playing this so smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because hiring people to look into it, or like working with an adventure team who's most likely to figure it out to look into it, to cover
And then
both
being like, if you
bases,
find anything, make sure you come to me.
Yeah. so that I can kill you, right? Like,
Or so that I can like spin the narrative.
yeah, that too. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think once it was clear.
Well, she underestimated these adventurers.
That's we're the six.
Points at OG with a fucking notebook because I have no chance.
All our takers over here.
I think like a minute after she's left and it's clear that like, you know, she's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Tack would say,
Do you see anything? Listening to us or observing
Yeah.
us?
No,
This room.
the room has no magical elements in it.
No magic.
No,
Right.
I'm afraid not.
I was about to say that we should probably assume that at least one of them is going to be keeping tabs on us and what we do from here now.
Mm. above board, I think we should go tell Spring and Abigail everything.
Mm. So that we can get a spring riddle.
Yeah. I think the fucking Spring will be very interested in our potential Howl's Moving Castle town situation. But yeah, I still feel like someone's trying to abuse the ley line, whether it's someone at the vault trying to get it back to the vault.
Well, we thought either last week or the week before we posed that potentially the ley line being diverted is why Spring was acting weird, right?
Yes. Yeah. There's something I wrote down even after Spring said something about the negative energy. She also called the ley line tower of like Warm Steps her sibling as well. Yeah, let me see. I'll keep looking, but we can.
Yeah, let's go back to camp then. And we can blah, and then let's just kick it to the vault, right? I feel like
I think
every gap that we have right now is there
once we're there.
Yeah.
Dark magic tainted / corrupted around this ley line. Vault may hold answers. This was after Spring's heart-to-heart with Morgan.
Yeah. Oh, I loved that scene.
It was really good.
It was so good.
Yeah, Spring's premonitions may draw on ley lines, anger being drawn on from this ley line, which is why she's acting that way, because it feels like it's like dark magic or corrupted or something. So, yeah.
Maybe everybody already asked this, but when we do the like ley line elevator thing, do we all experience it the same way? Is there a difference between those who've accepted and denied anything in
That's a
one
great
steps?
question.
No.
Okay. It's
Ley
just the
line
same.
seems to be just.
Maybe just because it's raw magic, it doesn't have manipulation from any sort of godlike being in its raw potential, maybe. So.
Yeah, let's go back.
Okay. So you return back towards the camp, head on inside with the intention of going over towards Abigail and Spring. You'd be able to find them just outside of the campsite in kind of a in a small like almost like a little opening area, almost like a glade. There's kind of this beautiful little pond nearby, and they stood by together. Abigail kind of pacing back and forth as Spring is kind of drawing in intense amounts of magic and then dissipating it, and then drawing in intense magic and then dissipating it. Abigail kind of looks and goes, "Good. But remember, you are capable of drawing this magic out and absorbing it back into yourself. Most other magi can't do that. They have to expel it. This makes you unique. It also makes you far more dangerous." And then her eyes kind of flick over towards you all. She's got her hood down. She's kind of wearing her robes now, Abigail, a little bit more trusting of the world. Spring's kind of like stands there. She kind of nods her hands and looks at her hands and goes, "But I don't understand. What makes me different, though? How am I meant to do this?" Well, that's the question. The difference between sorcery and wizardry is teaching and being. Learning and understanding your own self. You are of a grander type of sorcery. And I just have to understand it. For now, let's control it. She looks across all to your group. But let's take a break for a moment. As usually whenever they come over, it isn't great news. Spring just goes and sits, kind of takes her shoes off and just puts them into the pond and starts kicking the water back and forth a little bit. What do you say? Does it count?
I was gonna say, does it count as sharing the town's secret if we tell Abigail? Because I just realized.
I don't know.
Yeah, true. As long as we make sure to talk in like a quiet
This is like that meme,
place.
right? Where you're like, of course I
Yeah.
won't tell anybody, but then like
yeah,
the best friend is right here.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I think we should tell. Did we already tell? No, we haven't talked to her since the Thermal Guild, have we?
No.
No.
So yeah,
No.
she doesn't know. Okay.
She doesn't know anything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'd approach, right, and
Mhm.
say, we unfortunately have a lot to tell you guys about. Maybe some of it shed light on, I don't know. Blah.
So you tell them everything. Is there anything you exclude?
Is there a reason to
I
exclude
think-
any of it?
No, I mean, I think for sure we would want to, like, I think Andrasa would pull out a piece of paper and sketch the ley line map
Yeah.
as
good
well as
idea.
the map of the vaults, right? As
Yeah.
we talk about
Yeah.
that.
Mhm.
I think probably as she's doing that, like,
We can all
Sestina is
brain
gonna
blast.
go over and like splash with spring in the water, but
Cute.
she would very carefully point out like the fact that it's obviously diverted,
Mhm.
and I think ask specifically about that. You know, is there, has Abigail ever heard of a ley line being diverted? What would
Mhm.
what would be able to do that, right?
And
And
what would be the consequence?
Abigail kind of like folds her arms and says, ever since we discovered ley lines and focus on magic is drawn from them, it is a common belief that when we rest, when we sleep, our dreams almost recharge from ley lines. Others believe the gods interfere. Some others believe that it is the ley line connection, our connection to magic, is mortality's greatest gift. But one thing has always been fundamentally sure is that we don't control them. Sometimes we build towers upon them. Sometimes we draw from them. But diverting one is something of science, not magic. So unfortunately, I'm not sure what that would lead to. It is something that I don't know if they've... I mean, during the time of stars, they did stuff that is beyond us. I mean, when the late king, the final king of Hyloma, drew enough magic to pour a full sun into our world, or portions of it, he did so atop a ley line, as one directly flows underneath Netherset, and he was on the tallest tower of that beautiful grand city, and he drew upon magic that was beyond anyone's capability. And even he fundamentally could not control that. If someone is diverting it, it is because they've designed something marvelous or dangerous. They can't divert an entire ley line. I imagine it is trickled. To divert it entirely would cause the ground to collapse. It would cause the sky to fall to the ground. It would break apart the very fundamentals of the world. This is more probably comparable to, if ley lines are like veins, this is drawing the blood of one, slowly, like a drip.
you said that Spring's tattoos are ley lines. Do they match the map,
Ooh.
the ley line map?
Not entirely.
Okay.
They're not a one-for-one carbon copy. But they
But is that because they've been diverted in the map?
No, it's less so
Okay.
of a. It's more of a. They work like almost veins in a human's body, It's more that the ley line map makes the world feel more alive and more like Veins, and that she is just a being of similar power.
Right.
It's just the similarity of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's less so that she is a copy of
Sure.
the ley lines, and more so that she works similar to one in regards to
Right.
she has inner power.
What? I think we'd also tell her that someone is trying to undivert the ley line, which would destroy all of Warm Steps, and whoever has that goal doesn't have anything to profit off of it. Is it possible that they want to utilize it for power in some way, if it is connected to a vault?
If it's connected to the vault, it's connected for a reason, no? Perhaps it is the way of opening it. Or perhaps the opposite. Perhaps it is the way of keeping it shut. If there is something to be gleaned from, it is the vaults have been here for a long time. They date all the way back to the First Age. And when the Sun Children first came out, they were found underground by mortals to protect them from the setting. I always ask myself the question, when it comes to these vaults, if these are the same in which the ones that were opened during the setting, perhaps mortals never opened them. Perhaps the Sun Children came to the mortals. And in which case, the vaults never want to be opened. So if diverting it causes it to open, or putting it back to its place causes it to open, I wonder... First, who would have that knowledge? And secondly, does the Zion want this vault to be opened? When it comes to this town being on your backs, perhaps the right option is to move on as soon as this vault is dealt with. And quickly.
Yes. If we accept their offer, it apparently will take a few days for them to build the discs. So if this is something that we are interested in, perhaps we need to say yes sooner rather than later.
Well, the campsite does not need it to grow.
True.
Everyone is capable of moving themselves. Yes, it would allow us to create larger and broader functions, but we can find other ways to do so, if need be. Besides, perhaps the council will not be worried about you divulging information once you're out of the bay. Because who would care? And if they send assassins, then they send assassins.
Well, I think, as Myala said, they know that they can't actually stop us from saying anything. anyway, right? So I think now it's more that they're puzzled that we have not just immediately said yes or countered with a different offer. Well, I suppose we'll head to the vault and see what we see.
Yes. Well, inform us what happens there, but... And then Spring starts talking. You see her kind of lean her head up and goes, "Call me traitor. Call me liberator. But it calls me Herald. And the title is earned. My anger, my fury, my rage is my own. And when it is unleashed, it will be on those who deserve it and those who do nothing to prevent it." And it starts kicking the water again.
Kids
Can you
say the
copy paste
darndest
that
things,
into
huh?
the Discord, please? What did you say, Desiree?
Kids say the darndest things.
Right?
Oh my god.
For a moment,
Thank you.
Sistina just
Holy
freezes in the
shit.
air, like, the fuck? And then, like, keeps bobbing up and down.
Abigail
my
kind of
God,
turns
that's
her head.
What the hell?
What did you say, my dear? What do you mean? What did you just say just now? I've been quiet. I didn't want to disturb your long conversation. You were talking about boring things. I didn't say anything. You see, just Abigail kind of turns her head
We'll
towards
gain a
you.
smirk at boring things being mentioned.
Did we all hear it clearly?
Oh yeah, she spoke
Yeah.
quite loudly. She projected her voice.
I think if she goes back to kind of splashing, I think Indrasa would kind of look at Abigail and then write down what Spring just said and hand it to her.
To Spring?
To Abigail, because Abigail was like, "What did you
Yeah.
say?" So just in case Abigail did not really get all of that.
She reads over. I mean, there's been a couple of times where she's said something knowing I would say it before I would say it. A fun little game she plays, but I don't think she realizes she plays it. And usually it can be days in advance. Hours sometimes, days in advance, but it is not too common. I can't imagine myself saying this. And it's not always been me. Sometimes she'll shout, "2 sausages, please, but can you add extra carrots?" And you'd go past that in the camp 2 days later, and you hear it just obscurely in the background from one of the dwarves there. She picks up on almost... I don't know, like... small
He's
moments.
done it for us.
Hmm.
Things we needed to know. I had a theory that perhaps she's sort of seeing everything and hearing everything all at once, all of the possibilities, right? And maybe she's not able to always filter them out correctly.
Morgaine,
I don't have enough.
Yes.
you would have seen something, though.
Okay.
And that is when she spoke and gave the quote,
Mm-hmm.
the veins on her skin glowed almost this soft gray.
Okay.
Marking divination magic.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm.
She's divining the future.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Right.
what is your next stages then? You're going to go to the vault.
Hmm.
Have you got any other leads?
I think maybe we'd share all the stuff about Farman as well, and
Okay.
potentially he learned something that was connected to even all of this, probably. Like,
I think at that point, before we do all of that, Andrasa would just sort of stand up and excuse herself for a minute. Before we're done talking. And I think she'd step a little bit away, not too far. And she would have been taking notes, and she would cast sending.
Okay.
To Marin. And she would just say, I have a theory. Have you opened it yet? How's your progress? Need more data. Every detail you can. That's it.
He would respond to you and say, I'm not looking to open it. I'm observing the creatures in the area, mostly. The crystal mirage is acting strange. There's gatherings. That's all.
Okay. Question.
Hmm?
Andrasa's theory is that the vaults, at least the ones that are successful, are leaking. And the crystal mirage is successful because that's alacrity. And Marin has been there for a while. So is there some sort of insight check or something she can do? Does this seem out of character to him? Does he seem different as if under the influence of something? Or does this just seem like his normal response?
You don't need to do an insight check necessarily because you know him well enough. No, he seems like he's unaware of the amount of stuff that's going on for you. Doesn't recognize.
Yeah.
He seems... You told him briefly, I believe, about the vault stuff, but he's not... He was already in...
Yeah.
He was already in the desert before then. He already has his own kind of research project he's on.
Okay. She just wanted to see if he seemed the same, which is why she didn't tell him what her theory was, because it would have negated it. All right. Okay. And then she turns back to the group.
Above board, we know Design's vault pinged as successful, right? Which means something is trapped inside. What's the over-under on it being rage? Spring just talked about unleashing rage, fury, anger. I mean, if that's a premonition.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Line up.
Well, what she said when she said it refers to me as the Herald.
Mm-hmm.
It's someone trying to unleash rage.
It's someone trying to do it on their behalf.
Yeah, for sure.
We gotta get to this vault.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go,
We
dude.
gotta kind of just get to this vault.
Let's
I
freaking
think.
go.
Okay. Then you'd be able to set off and leave them behind. They'd kind of, good luck out there. Tell us what happens. I'll stay with her. If she says anything else that's strange, I'll tell you. But I'll be honest with you, she's only really speaking when you're here. That sort of thing. I imagine it's because it's your future that is the primary important one. But she lets you move on. Knowing that you got to shoot towards the vault, and you would head northwest, away from Warm Steps. There's kind of roads that lead off. They're kind of beaten arrow, but they kind of lessen. They become more like kind of dirt trek roads. And I would say it's probably about probably a few hours travel still before you ever get kind of off road to the portions where you start seeing kind of signposts and the pathways stop, and you see signposts that literally say the Cliffs of Innovation. You can see where the roads have kind of been diverted there, but then you also would see other signs that do mention the Cliffs of Innovation are a kind of a nature reserve, and no building is permitted in this area. You can see
Like
they've
those
kind of
signs
Yeah,
Like
they've
those, like
they've locked it off as almost a kind of almost like a religious and protected area. You can see where immediately where the paving of the dirt track road and any of the signposts stop, and grass and kind of just nature has taken over, and they allow it to be kind of just grow wildly there. But you would also see where footsteps have treaded and kind of almost cause nature to grow around it. You can see where people have kind of almost created their own off-road pathing, and you can see where oddly enough, kind of standing on its own after your hours of travel is the Cliffs of Innovation. It's not close to any other mountainous range, and it's less of a kind of a grandiose set of cliffs. It seems to be more like a stub, like a ramp building from the ground, a great kind of plain around it. You see almost this kind of broad cliff face, a couple 100 feet wide, or a few 100 feet wide, and then it just kind of ropes around. It almost goes around in like a semicircle and then ramps down at the back, leaving this kind of almost little plateau at the top, about only about 80 foot high, which is quite broad and quite a kind of a stiff cliff in itself. But it doesn't seem to be connected to any mountain. It just seems to be almost like a kind of just large, kind of almost like nub sticking out the ground. The cliffs themselves almost look jagged on the front, but the kind of plateau on the top is very flattened, definitely by the amount of people that have camped up there and kind of almost flattened the ground themselves. But it stands alone in this kind of great field. And you approach the Cliffs of Innovation. We're going to go ahead and take our break there because we're a couple hours in, so we should do a little break, and then we'll come back to you discovering what you can be found here.
Nice.
As you close in on the last portions of this story. Or this little mystery, I should say. All right. Well, we'll be back in like 5. Go refill your drinks, use a loo, all that good stuff. Stretch your legs, and we'll come back for the second half in a mo.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if everyone's back and we'll get started. Yeah, looking good. All right. Okay. Hello, hello. Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
man.
Hey.
Hey, buddy. How are
Hey.
you?
What's going on?
Hey, guys, what are you up to?
Wouldn't you like to know?
We're plotting.
Oh, no. Well, we can bring ourselves right back in with you all kind of coming up towards the Cliffs of Innovation. You would see kind of the grassy knolls and kind of the smaller portions of the land around the cliffs. The cliffs kind of look almost this kind of semicircular shape with a lip at the back going all the way up to the kind of plateau at the top. From where you are right now, go ahead and do a perception check if you like.
I'd fucking love to do that.
Yeah, let's get a roll in.
Thank you.
I don't see shit.
High five.
Yeah, with the 8, it's a little difficult to make out, but it's still pretty early in the day, so it's definitely white. There's no indication of like light giving it away. But for you, Carlisle, you can make out just on the top of the kind of area above the plateau a campsite. You can see that someone is up there, clearly already camping right now, underneath the stars. Well, it's the daytime right now, but they've clearly been camped there.
Well, looks like while we are looking for this, we are going to be dealing with a little bit of company. I don't know if we want to just avoid that altogether, or if we want to try to see if there's any information we can glean from talking to them.
What was it? Sorry, I had to get a.
There's a campsite. There's already someone
Someone's
here.
already camping there.
Oh
Well,
shit!
we should
Okay.
Yeah.
probably say hello, right? What if they've had a dream and it might be something we're interested in finding out?
Mm.
What if they've got it open and they're like, oh, I found a door. Just waiting to go in.
No need for us to seem
Right.
suspicious, right? Just
Mhm.
we're just there.
Make our way on over there.
Okay. Are you going to explore the bottom of the cliffs first, or are you going to go up to the top?
No, wait, sorry. It's just a plane and then a
Yeah, it's
Like-
kind of like think of it kind of like Pride Rock, but if it was made of kind of like
Yeah,
a bit
yeah,
of
I
a
got
mountain,
it.
it's kind of it stands alone across this kind of
Does
area.
it look natural? Andrasa, fully, nature girl. Does that look like a natural formation or like
Rock.
made by magic or anything? Like,
Mm.
I would say give me a nature check, but
give me a cliff check. I will do a nature check, actually. Hang on.
sure.
21.
Dang.
It looks like a fucking rock, dude.
If this was real life, no. In a world of magic, as natural as a lot of other things look, right? Like you've seen there's some weird things in the world. This is one of those obscure things that's more to do with the idea of like people accept anomalies of kind of nature in a world of magic. So it's kind of, yeah, this is not a usual rock formation, which could be to do with magic, but it could also just be that this is just a weird function of the world.
Weird rock moment.
Yeah,
That's
weird
all
rock
it is.
moments.
What's
Absolutely.
an
money under
odd
it.
rock?
Like, it's not enough for, like, it's weird with you knowing that there's a vault present, but for a normal person, they might just say, oh, what a,
Yeah.
like almost like
If
a,
we didn't
you
know
know,
to be looking for more,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be something that we're even thinking of.
yeah, it'd be like it'd be a strange occurrence and a fun thing to see. Like seeing Stonehenge, you're kind of like,
Yeah.
like confused by the nature of it, but you don't think much more. In fact, that's a bad example because that's man-made, but it's kind of like,
It's
you know,
like if Stonehenge were real.
yeah, there you go, yeah.
It's like Glastonbury tour.
It's
Just
a strange thing to see, but it's not it's not weird that the town didn't assume that this must have been made.
Yeah.
Right.
But we know better.
Yeah, you've got alternative information.
I can't believe they didn't even think this was strange.
Fucking idiots.
What a bunch of
Damn.
idiots.
That wasn't in character, by the way.
Jeepers creepers.
That was for me, though.
Well, as far as like looking around at spots on this cliff as we go up it, I think there's a level of like we know that this place has been very much so traveled by people. I'm kind of skeptical that perception's really going to equate to much of anything of value beyond trying to see where possibly a couple of people, i.e. Furman and like his guys, maybe set up something that doesn't look like what normal people would be setting up.
Or I guess if Morgaine sees anything, right?
Yeah, I think Carlisle will be looking for other camps like that are unattended, see if there's any like leftovers of people that have like left their things somewhere and it doesn't seem like they are present anymore.
Yeah, you could probably find some bedrolls and some like makeshift camps that people have like clearly just left behind. Are you looking for anything particular in them?
I think Carlisle is being quiet about it, but I think he is outright checking these camps to see if he can find any indication of who they could belong to.
Yeah, I would say give me a perception check. Start looking for like little details.
22.
So what you'd probably find more so is less people leaving behind things that kind of indicate themselves. You'd be able to see tents of different sizes, some that belong to probably halflings and gnomes, others that belong to orcs and taller folk. But it seems like a couple of tents that have just been abandoned here from days in which someone might have had an epiphany and decided just to run back to town to go and solve it. You know, it's less so than clear up the camp. But no necessary indication of anything that is left behind functioning. There's not really like loads of campsites left behind. It's probably like the occasional tent that's flowing in the wind.
Then I think that the only other follow-up I have for that is, of any of these camps, like these leftovers that I see, is there any indication around them of more supplies was here? Like as in this camp prepared more than they should have needed to for being just here for a like visit for a
Dream visit.
No.
Okay.
So it seems like they're just normies.
Yeah, it seems like everyone here is normal.
So far. All right, I don't know. Let's head up there, right?
Okay.
Talk to them.
I don't think we have a reason to stay down here.
Yeah, you can wrap around the back.
All the way around.
You can see the kind of way to get up is like almost this winding kind of path that gets all the way up to the top. It starts to become a little bit hilly. So you wind up the path and it gets a little bit hilly towards the end and then it starts flattening out right at the top. And once you get up there, that's where you'd kind of see a couple of the camps that have been abandoned. But you'd see one primary tent with kind of a little... you can see the shadows of someone moving in and out of it at the moment. Seems to be a solo person. They start to hear kind of as you climb up, and you see them kind of pop out the tent. They keep a kind of a hood covering up most of their face, but they tall, kind of slender, broader build. This almost like a robe down themselves, but it's kind of almost like a wrapped around robe. And you can see this kind of person slip out. Their face looks almost, from the perspective you see, almost wrinkled, but slightly burnt as well, and kind of pulled together, almost like their eye is almost sunken a little bit into their face. They step out and they look across all of you, kind of keep themselves wrapped up in the hood over kind of half their face, and they say, "Hello, strangers. What, are you here to rest underneath the stars? I won't be long if I'm taking up your spot."
Really, there's enough room for all of us.
Of course, but some prefer to take the cliffs themselves. And he kind of steps out a little bit, and you can see he's kind of got a little bit of a limp as he steps. Very slender in his form, hidden behind like this kind of robe, and he keeps it wrapped around. You see it kind of tight onto his shoulder. Kind of almost the hood kind of covers part of the lower part of his face. So he keeps only one eye out looking at all of you, and he says, "Are you here to have an epiphany?"
Well, I hope so. Have you had one?
Not yet. But I'm...
Is this your Is it your first time here?
No, I've been here for a while. Before. With small things I've invented.
Oh.
But I've been here 7 days so far. With nothing.
Oh, do you normally just sort of have the epiphany right away?
And it comes in your dreams, usually. When you rest. But no matter.
Obviously, I've not done it, so I'm quite excited. You just sort of camp out here until you get a bolt of inspiration, and then you've solved your problem?
Ah, I see you are not. You're more visiting here, as opposed to coming here to see something untold. You can tell. Usually those who are on the brink of discovering something are coming up here and setting up camp to rest as soon as they can. But you ask so many questions. You are passing through, I assume.
I was passing through, but then we heard of the cliffs, and I thought, well, this could be quite good. I've got several things I'm trying to puzzle out, and if all I need to do is come up here and think about them, and the answer will appear in my dreams. It seems fantastic.
It doesn't always happen that way. Most of the time, you won't even have anything happen. But you'll know. And it does not happen to all of us. I suppose it doesn't even happen consistently. It's my second time coming up here.
Did it happen the first came?
Within the first night.
What was it like?
Like being awake. But being able to do anything. Like my mind was... Everything was clear. Absent worries, anxieties, other thoughts. And like I was a fool to have not seen the solution the first time.
You just sort of saw the answer.
Yes. Yes, like I was guided to it. But that sounds silly to most who come here. Yeah.
No, I don't think it does.
It doesn't
No.
answer everything, but it almost tells you where to go. From there, you feel like a fool. Only this time, nothing yet.
When you think of things, do you have a voice inside your head? My mind is never quiet, you see, so I've got an internal dialogue all the time. So I'm wondering if when I dream, it will be words or just sort of an image.
Like I said, it was more like being awake. I didn't know I was dreaming. Last time it happened. This time, I'm afraid I don't really experience dreams, so it's hard to say. I enter into a trance. I'm an elf, but if that is what dreaming is like, truly what it is like for mortals, of human race and orc and gnome, then I suppose that is what it felt like.
When you rest here and you do not have the epiphany, do you feel well rested? Do you feel drained when you wake up?
Frustrated, infuriated even. But rested, yes.
Rage?
I suppose one word for it, but I try not to be encompassed by it. I have my anger.
Is he? You said he's got like a cloak covering him,
Yeah.
right?
He has like burns, wrinkled
Yeah,
face.
Do
and
they
he has
look
a limp?
right? Does it look like he was recently hurt, or like?
Give me a medicine check.
Good.
Oh
check.
God!
I believe in
That's
you.
why I
You
was-
got this.
I was like, is this man being siphoned? Like, because he just rapidly.
I
I am not a doctor.
If you're scoping out them for that, I will.
I will notice this
provide,
attack just
provide
like-
help in the format of 2d8.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
For that.
Go.
2d8. You get 8 more on top of that.
You could tell with kind of some guidance from
Max roll.
Carlisle is no, that's not. That was too full, Sam. You would see the kind of based on the kind of scar on his face that he's kind of lived with this for a while. But it's like his face is more. It's less of a burn when you look at it, and more of a kind of a deterioration, like he's got a disease or an ailment of some kind.
What sort of work is it that you do?
I try to create things. I try to better people. I lost part of myself, so I decided to fix it. So I try to help others who have such an issue as well.
You lost part of yourself?
Yes, I was inflicted with a nasty disease.
That's awful.
Well, I fight it. But this time, I'm simply trying to do something new.
What disease, if you do not mind my asking?
Oh, and from far-off realms. I caught the element in the Feywild. It is an affliction of deathly sorts. Portions of your collaboration cease to function. Eventually drop off, like leaves of a tree.
Joe, does this sound familiar to Carlisle?
Give me a medicine check.
Yes, 31.
Oh my god.
Damn.
Jack folds their arms.
Not really. No. It is aspects of some other things, right? You've come across the undead that kind of decayed himself. So it's similar to that, I suppose, but it's not any ailment you've heard of or read about or anything like that. It seems to be something entirely new.
You've been to the Feywild then?
Well, yes. Yeah. In my younger years.
What is your name, stranger?
I'm Gartholo. But I wait here now for the next thoughts to come to my mind, and I'm sure it will.
Yes. Well, dearest luck to you.
And to you.
So he's growing angrier and angrier because he's not having.
Do you want to ask him if he's... Well, no, he's only been here 7 nights.
Yeah. He said he
We
feels
can still ask.
infuriated when he wakes up. Rage against the machine.
Sorry, Gartholo, one more question for you, dear. Have you been here alone for the 7?
Yes. No one's come up
nights?
this way. In fact, the sad portion of Warm Steps is that less and less people travel to the cliffs anymore.
Oh? Why is that?
The town is
Just
too
not-
focused on gold. Less on changing lives. Less on improving everyone. It is a hard place to be an innovator, an inventor, someone who cares. When all you see is profit against others.
Yes.
You see him kind of clench his fists and he releases and goes, sorry. Perhaps it is the frustration still kicking in.
Are you normally a frustrated person?
No. I have my bouts. That's all we do.
Indeed.
This is when you're on the cusp of coming up with a solution that we feel the most frustrated. I suppose that is just what this place does to you. But please, share the hill.
You speak about warm steps like someone who lived there.
I did for a time. I still live on the outskirts. But it is not the same home that I remember.
How long ago did you live?
A decade or so ago, I suppose. But
It's a very focused place, right?
I'm old enough to see it changed. I'm old enough to see it go from probably one of the greatest towns I've ever been in to just another replication of Starclock. And all the greatest minds of Ormus have slowly withered. Much like my body. They were like leaves on a tree themselves. Now that tree is dead. But it is good to see more take interest in the cliffs. Perhaps you'll come up with something here that'll be enough to change the world.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
He just sits in front of his tent, kind of folds his arms. But please don't allow me to distract you any longer.
Sorry, we'll leave you to it. I guess should we just make a little fire?
We might as well. I think we should set up a camp.
Let's see what
Yeah.
happens if
Do a
we
little
sleep here, right?
Do we think that's how we find the vault?
I think that
That's what I'm wondering.
I was gonna say
Because the vault in our dreams. Sorry.
What's stopping, say for instance, Tack, who can read people's minds when they are sleeping? If we set up a camp near this guy and we creep up to them while they're sleeping and they've already been in this process for longer than we have time to be.
Yeah.
If we will gain insight from peeking
It might be
into
safer
their
yet to watch
psyche
him instead
during
of
that.
expose us to
True. Yeah.
I'm down.
Okay.
We set up camp inconspicuously nearby.
I pass create bonfire.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
That's quite a fire.
Okay. So you set up a bonfire, and you're gonna wait out here until the nighttime.
Yeah. How
Uh,
close is it to nighttime?
probably several hours. You guys are probably
Okay.
only in like 2 or 3 p.m. So that's probably.
I mean, I guess. Can we? I mean, we could just try to sleep anyway, right? Or rest, or.
My only concern there is letting rage into our minds, if that's what's happening to
Yeah.
this guy too. Like,
I was gonna go as far as to say that, like, if we're planning on sleeping here in any capacity, we should use those sleeping herbs that I literally made, because I don't think we should be letting anything else into the mess that is all of our minds with the amount of dudes trying to get in there 24/7.
unless that's how we get into the vault.
Yeah, though we might get. We
Well,
might
that's
need
why
to.
part of me is like, well, we should check with Tack first on this dude before we do it ourselves, because that's kind of like we have the option to like be a little more careful.
Mhm.
Right.
Do we
Maybe
have?
it'll be fine though. Maybe
locate
we'll just have an
creature?
epiphany.
I don't.
I have. Hold on. Is that what I have? I do have locate creature. Yes,
Because Farman might be within a mile of here if he's in a vault right now.
that's true.
That's true.
And that means that we can pinpoint the kind of direction we're supposed to be aiming towards.
Fair.
It would give us something to do during the period of time until we're actually like trying to snoop around like dream wise.
We could also like do what we did before, which is like only a few of us sleep or one of us sleeps as well, if we want to just see. Because obviously there's a part of me that is curious. Like,
Probably gonna be a wisdom save, right? So Carlisle might be the safest. Be the one
Yeah.
who sleeps.
Aside from the fact that I rejected the
That too, yeah.
God
Yeah.
stuff,
See.
I mean, I could. I'm not afraid to do that.
yeah.
Sound kind of afraid.
I'm not afraid.
I only have a +2
Step
wisdom,
up.
but I can intellect fortress someone as well, or myself.
Or we could just
Really,
risk it and
we should
sleep.
do one of each if we're gonna
screw it.
sleep.
You guys do whatever. I don't sleep. I'm fine.
Yeah, right.
See you guys later. Bye. my new
Bye.
party.
Bye. Peace out. Um.
Yeah, I'll cast. I have to concentrate for an hour on it, but
Mm.
I'll cast locate creature on Farman.
Well, you can concentrate up to an hour, but it immediately goes off. You don't have to like, cast for an hour. You would do that.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I
Yeah,
just meant the, like,
yeah.
yeah.
It just allows you to move whilst you have it. He's not within 1,000 feet. You can't get any
Okay.
indication.
Tech would relay that.
Okay.
Do we want to like take a walk along like the general area just in case he's barely outside of 1,000 feet? Because we're at the
Sure.
top of the cliffs right now.
You think the vault could be like deep underground or something?
I think it could be closer to the base.
Mhm.
It's
What
worth
if
it's
it's in
worth
our
checking while we're
dreams?
using the spell.
Yeah,
for an
if we have
hour.
an hour to walk around and check.
True.
Yeah, let's take a walk around anyways, because I mean
We're waiting
as
for this guy
Carlisle
to fall asleep.
continuing
But like
to
peep around, yeah.
peep around anyways.
You yeah, you could definitely wander around the entire area, and not once does Farmer pop up.
Hmm.
He doesn't seem to be in this area.
Okay. I fear we may have to engage with sleeping in some way to get answers.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you are
Yeah.
waiting for this guy to rest up, he would, as soon as night falls and the stars are out,
Mm.
he would go into a trance. He sits there, crosses his legs, places his hands on
Oh
his
yeah,
knees.
because he doesn't truly sleep.
Mhm.
Right. He trances.
That's right.
Goes into a trance.
Damn. Okay.
I mean, a trance it's the same as sleeping.
Yeah.
yeah, but can we
It's-
sneak up on him and read his brain?
I mean, he's dreaming, which he would have to be in a deep sleep to
Yeah,
receive a
I mean,
dream.
Also, if I'm just trying to get one person to a guy, I think I can get tech to that guy without
Mhm.
them having much chance of being detected unless they biff it bad.
Yeah. Can I get what can I do before I walk over there to like my stealth on its own is a +3.
Okay, so I can do help alongside another 2d8 up
Okay.
to
Yeah.
5 times before I need to take a short rest to get that back.
Okay.
If we
So
want
that's
to,
a
I could
pretty
pass
good
without
amount
trace
of
just to
help.
make sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think short resting, make sure we have our like total amount of everything.
Mhm.
But yeah, Carlisle's ready to do that.
Okay. All right. You'd cast Without a Trace. He goes into his trance. He's sat there alone, hands on his knees, just kind of entering into his trance properly. So what do you do? Give me the exact deets.
Okay, Tech, follow my lead. And Carlisle's going to, like, in helping, he's going to lead you a path towards this person that is the quietest you could possibly take.
Okay.
And I guess because of the way I'm doing that, I will also stealth check these, but I'm not worried about my. I'm not worried about my 41.
Do I get to do this with advantage with the
You
help
have
action?
help from me.
And
The
pass
plus
no
10.
trace as well.
So it's
And-
32.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
you're-
Yeah, you slip silently beside him.
I would try to touch him as little as I possibly can. Like just a ghost of a touch, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And detect his surface thoughts first. See if there's anything there.
You would feel it first. Moments of just rising anger. Like he's screaming on the inside, then it calms. And screaming again. Frustration. It kind of almost flows through you. Can you have a wisdom saving throw, please?
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. 11.
You feel yourself getting angry and just like drawing in his thoughts. You feel your fists grasping at the side of you. And you enter into a barbarian rage, the equivalent of. You can feel yourself stronger, angry, as you're kind of leaning there. Just his thoughts alone enough to kind of evoke this in you. And then it fades. And it ebbs and flows between it. And you keep hearing words like, when? Why? How? I need answers. But it's just surface level. A lot of it's emotion. But most of it's anger.
We're planning on resting after this, after we do this, right?
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
I think
Okay.
so.
I will be sending
Mm-hmm.
to Andrasa, I guess. And say it's a lot of anger. It's potent enough that it affected me.
And Drassa will whisper that.
I can go deeper. That's where I'll leave it.
She would whisper that as quietly as she can to everybody. Kind of look around for a consensus.
Is it safe if it's already affecting tack at this level?
And I think that's the unknown, right?
Pack dabs.
Tack's a badass.
Carlisle
You're
does
dabbing.
need
It
dab.
seems fine.
Doesn't actually dab.
Look, it's the
Strike it
dab.
from the record.
Everything's fine.
Strike it for the record. That's so funny. If they want to delve deeper, I suppose. I am concerned, though. Not everyone can handle rage.
Okay, I think I just check something before I say this.
Oh my god.
30
She
feet.
can't handle rage.
I think Tech may be choking to death? I'm not sure
No.
because they're so angry.
Wait, wait.
I will look over at Tack and I'll respond back. If you would like to keep trying, perhaps I can help. Above board, I can intellect fortress you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can also, if Carlisle has been able to infer that something happened mentally to Tack, I can also provide a help to this. That isn't like the thing I've been doing before.
Do we think it's worth me getting within 30 feet? I'll probably have to make a stealth check with this pass without trace, so I can be in range of Flash of Genius too, or +5 if we need it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is,
Sure.
right, we're hoping, right, that then we get a rest.
Bro, I'm starting to feel like
After
I
this,
need
right?
to just mainline wisdom. The number of wisdom saves I have to
I know,
do.
right?
It's
Carlisle,
crazy.
you are the mental warrior of the team right now. As far
True.
as, like,
Which is bonkers.
there's a
It
real
is,
psychological
it's
element
hard.
to this campaign, and you're the one engaging with all of it.
God damn.
True.
All right.
So-
Yeah, I think Tack, if you can see Tack, they'll give like a nod. Like, yeah, I'll try.
All right. What help do we want to give Tack first?
Carlisle will just help.
Okay.
There's a mechanical reason for that. If it comes up, I'll say it.
So we want to just do that and hold off on the spell till we
I
see.
mean, you can do the spell. I'm not going to be providing like advantage on that. Doesn't provide advantage on a wisdom save. I'll be providing like a bonus number to
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I will. I'll cast it then.
So what does intellect fortress give me exactly?
You
Advantage.
have resistance against psychic damage, and then you have advantage on any int, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Yeah, I have 21
Fantastic.
stealth to get within 30 feet.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I will try to delve deeper into his mind.
He's going to make his save at disadvantage. What's your DC? He rolled a 16.
16.
A strong mind. You feel it fail because his mind is repelling you. It's so focused, but he's not the only thing in his mind. It feels like it's being empowered a little bit by something else. Like you almost get in, and then a force just repels you out.
Okay. Tack will pull her hand away then.
Oh, you also with detect thoughts because I
Just
want to double
kidding.
check. You do put your hand
Just
away.
kidding, my hand's still there.
You also do get its emotional state, which is he's infuriated right now. Like he's in a raging state, whatever he's thinking of.
Right.
And you also learn something that looms large in its mind. Something it
Oh.
worries over, loves, or hates, even if you fail. And you learn in this very brief moment. You get a glimpse that it's worried for the future of Warm Steps. He's worried for what is to come. And then you're repelled.
Tack will nod to Carlisle and then
Okay.
wait to be guided back in
Yeah,
the
he will-
in
he
the
will
best
guide
way.
back the way he can.
Yeah.
You put out.
Yeah. I couldn't get through. There's something that was pushing me out, but he's angry. There's something affecting his mind, but he's also worried, deeply worried about Warmstep. It's his consuming thought. I think it's what he's trying to figure out is maybe how to save it, or he knows something. I don't know what it is though, because I couldn't break through. But this thing definitely visits in dreams.
Well, at least of the things we have some experience in dealing with, dream monsters are one of them. So how do we want to handle this?
What if resting here gives us answers regarding the vault?
I think it will. The issue is, I really don't think all of us should sleep at the same time.
I agree.
Was it, Desmond, last time, right, you stayed awake and you saw things.
Did I see the tendrils? I don't remember.
I thought. Or no, you didn't.
No, I
you
think it
just
was
knew
Sam.
something was
Sam
up.
saw
You
the
didn't. Yeah, it was
tendrils.
Sam, right?
He saw. I think
So-
Desmond saw something. Didn't
I
he?
don't know
Desmond
if I saw
knew
it.
Something
enough to
because you
start-
reacted to it.
Yeah,
Yes.
Desmond knew enough to
In
start
I'm
waking
the one who
everyone
woke-
up.
Yeah, you up.
Yeah. So
Someone
Yeah.
had
you
to
saw
have seen
something.
You
the
woke
ones
me up,
going
then
towards
I
Sam,
saw-
too.
I remember right. I think
Yeah.
Sam saw it, but I don't remember entirely.
But
I think I saw it. I think.
yeah, I think Androssa did.
He woke
'cause
me
we-
up, and then
we
I
know
saw.
which ones we're going to.
I'd have to check my
Morvain.
notes. That's so long ago. I don't remember. That was,
Yeah, because
oh, and like that was an
Yeah.
improvised scene, so I'd have to go back.
because
and
we
check.
didn't see. Nobody knew what was coming towards me, but I saw everything else going to everyone else. Okay. At the very least, right, we know that we can have Desmond sort of stand watch.
Like last time.
Right. And if he's able to wake one of us up, we can wake the rest of us up. Assuming that one instance, one data point is enough to go off of.
I don't like it, but it seems like it's just about the only option we have.
Yeah, so I could also stay awake in case I can see something.
Oh. No, never mind.
What?
Well, I was just thinking, actually, on the one hand, yes, extraordinarily good point. On the other hand, you were probably the best posed to sleep, right? Because you had
You had some
You
sort of
and-
protection, right?
tack, right? Am I remembering that right? We're
Right,
able to fend
yes.
things off better.
Sure. I could sleep.
We don't.
It makes sense. I'm not happy about it. It just makes sense. So
Is it above board worth Carlisle sleeping so that we also have the perspective of someone that did not accept the shit?
I can't believe you would metagame that way.
Yeah. I think that, I mean, I do think that we should at least have one of each, but I also think probably, I don't know. I think the interesting thing about last time was somebody different reached out to everyone, but like,
That's a good point.
I wonder what would
Right.
happen, right?
Now
If we
that
all-
we're here.
Yeah, like, will the
Yeah.
same thing be split and try to get all of
Yeah.
us. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I'm curious too. I'm down to sleep. I only have to
Joe
sleep 4
furiously
hours.
looking at his notes because he doesn't remember.
I know this one. I actually do know that one
I
was
just
of the,
wrote
that
this
one was of the
one.
dwarf. It was more the description of afterwards that was improvised.
Yeah.
But that was because the dwarf had seen something in the vault of beauty. His mind was broken. Okay, so who's gonna rest?
Well then, good night.
Me.
I'll rest too. I mean,
We're just gonna bundle up and honk shoe me.
I'll do my chrysalis, so I only have to rest for 4 hours.
Okay.
I sleep.
Desmond,
Asleep.
do you?
Keep an eye.
I think, yeah. All right, if
Were
Desmond's
people
gonna...
visibly like struggling before? Could I tell?
That's what, yeah, you
Sleeping?
could see, and you were like,
Okay.
crazy
I do
shit's
wanna keep a
happening.
close
This
eye
is
on
bad.
everybody in case I need to help. 'Cause I might be able
Mhm.
to still, even if you're sleeping.
Yeah. All right, I'll cast.
Morgane's
an
still
Intellect
fucking
Fortress
exhausted
on me.
from that fucking axolotl fight. So just passes out.
I'll walk up to Desmond. Listen, if something bad does happen, I'm not sure exactly how fast these kick in, but if you give them to us, it might knock us out of whatever's currently disturbing us. You know.
Oh, is it the tea
And
stuff?
yeah, Carlisle will give him the the sleeping salves.
All right. Nobody sleep on your stomach, on your backs preferably, so I can feed you this if need be.
Sestina will bob up and down next to you, ready to like ink blob someone if necessary.
So who's falling asleep?
Splat them in the face.
Falling asleep.
Carlisle will.
I'll sleep. I'll intellect.
Like all of us
Fortress.
except
I
Desmond.
think, I think everybody
Okay.
but me, because I can't.
All right, let's get some d20s to see what happens to you.
Oh boy.
Not you, Desmond. Don't worry. You're safe and sound.
What do you mean?
12.
Don't worry, huh?
12.
Nat 20. Hey.
Oh, look at you.
Damn.
And then Morgane. We'll go and Androster and V. Who has? Give me another d20 each.
What the fuck?
God damn. Okay,
One
so-
D20, not D120. 13.
D120.
Okay.
You want us to roll another d20?
Yeah, if you could
What are we doing?
Just do
Androssa?
1d4 each, just to see if you.
Oh, oops.
No, do the d20.
And
do
Bree.
the 20. If you've done it,
I don't know what to do.
just roll a number. I'm just trying to see who goes first. It doesn't matter.
Nat 20.
Okay.
I don't
okay.
know.
Androssa goes first.
So,
Or last.
Lord.
Roll again. I still don't know.
you drift off the sleep deck,
Mm.
and in that moment, it comes quickly. You immediately find yourself in just a dark space, like you're walking in the void. There's nothing around you. Your footsteps almost leave like water-like patterns on the ground. And then you hear this the sound coming towards you, like a reddened glow. And it goes, give me a wisdom save at advantage.
Okay.
You have a +10 to this.
Oh.
Ooh.
Dirty 20.
You see it kind of ripple and go around you almost like an orb for a second, and then it pulls back. And you see that changeling step beside you. And the room, from the changeling's feet, almost plants into the ground like a plant, like a tree. And you see the feet mold around and create a safe space for you. Your bedroom, where you grew up, forms, closes it off. Its feet are still planted to the ground, kind of almost wrapped into this thing. It's almost like embedded into the floor there. And the figure looks towards you and says, "It is strange that we can only discuss so clearly at moments like this. That I cannot talk to you freely. But in this moment, I protect you.
Thank you.
You don't want to let that in.
I hope it isn't cheeky of me, but I was hoping you would help.
You are the future of our kind. The answers to unlocking it. If that thing got into your mind, it would deal permanent damage.
Tech kind of paces around the room. It feels like everything is trying to attack our minds, though. I don't, aside from you, I don't know how to combat it. You can say don't put myself in these sorts of situations, but this is sort of the nature of what we're even doing.
If a dragon burns a city every decade, it is the nature of the adventurer to march into the dragon's cave and slay it. If you want to avoid all of this, leave the land. Go far away. I would not be able to talk to you anymore. I would not be able to guide you, but they would not be able to follow you. You can
I'm not saying
escape.
that I don't want to. I'm saying that I want to understand how to protect myself.
Your skin can change its pigmentation, its shape, its size, its weight. In time, your mind can do the same. What is flesh can become steel. But there are places in this world where they are strongest. And they deal mostly in dreams, as their bodies aren't material as they once were.
Like this.
Like this.
So even if we go looking for this, we won't find it, except here.
They will manifest themselves in the material plane in some manner. But it is easier to appear in dreams. Easier to invade in dreams. And the mortal eye is not capable of looking upon them. Not truly. Not in the form that they take naturally. It changes you. Here lies a child of the three. Be cautious in this area. But it does feel trapped, looking for a way out.
If we try to get into this vault, are we giving it what it wants? Do you know?
The vaults are a mysterious device of an ancient age. The children are conniving, sly, dangerous. But they work through others. Your mind is not affected by them currently. You don't just have me to thank for that, but also your willpower. Your actions are your own right now. You're not being controlled or influenced. I would say that You open that vault on your own accord. If it wants that to happen, it hasn't influenced it against you. However, the more you delve into these situations, the more likely one of your allies might become changed. You do a lot of self-inspecting. Keep your eyes on them. Not all of them have the fortune of being part of an ancient bloodline like yourself.
Okay.
Rest up. Dream as you wish tonight. For it will not be knocking at the door. And you see a whole body's meld and kind of form the entirety of the castle and the kind of grounds you grew up in. Almost becoming the playground for you just to be protected in for this dream.
Yeah. I think Tyke will take advantage of it and sort of just walk around while asleep.
Aw.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Similarly, you are in darkness, as you so commonly are. You feel the reddened presence rush towards you, and it slams into something. Like with tack. Please give me a wisdom saving throw with a +10.
Nat 20, so 33.
Wow.
The presence
Oh, yeah.
hits, and you just hear as it just kind of dissipates and kind of fades away, and you simply see light kind of appear ahead of you, and a sword made of light just kind of appears to the side, and when the figure comes again, it slashes out of the sky, and you can see it kind of and ripple away, and you hear this kind of roaring sound go and fade off into the distance. The light never turns towards you, but you hear this kind of voice ripple, and it kind of forms the sound of your old trainer. It is gone. It knows not to infest you. You are safe.
And you are missed.
I am not him. The voice kind of changes to reaffirm it.
I figured as much.
I'm the one who grants you power and guidance, an oath. I'm the one who will see this entire adventure of yours done right.
What would you have me do?
This being there's a reason the vaults were built, to lock away these creatures. And who better than to lock them away than one who has spent their entire life doing so? If they cannot be killed, make sure they can never be found again. They try and get into your mind not because they want you to fear them, but they fear your coming. The end times are coming, Sir Morgaine. The last-ditch hope of mortal kind. A battle not like any other since the setting. Unless you prevent it.
I am not the finest swordsman. I can't even see, so I'm not sure what you see in me. But you have saved my life more than once.
Do you think Your sight is worsened. You see more truth than any other. You say you're not a skilled bladesman or the most skilled. But yet you're slowing things far greater than yourself, and you'll continue to do so. I did not choose you because you're skilled with a blade. I did not choose you because you had a unique perspective of the world. I chose you because you would do justice. The finest swordsman may lack conviction. That is something that has never faltered in you. Even when you believe it is, never have you taken a step backwards. You learn, you better yourself, and your enemies will be undone by it.
Again would fall to one knee and like bow towards the floor while this is happening, like almost as a response to being scolded.
It is devotion, not just to me, but to your cause, that your enemies should fear. Sleep without dreams this night, for it is only the waking world that matters to you. Allow me to deal with the dreams. And then,
My lord.
the light fades, leaving you in darkness, and the night passes quickly.
Okay. Cool.
But then we get to Andrasa. You see the red presence coming towards you in the darkness. Please roll a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Okay. Uh, 20?
Okay. You feel the presence hit against your mind and seep into you, like rain like rain on your skin. It kind of like drips down you for a moment, and then you push it off of you, and you just see this kind of red glow shimmering. And you can see moments of just screams and hatred, and it's your own voice being projected back at you. Anytime you shouted, anytime you've been angry, all just kind of been echoed towards you. Your mind holds back, and it keeps it manifested as a kind of a physical, almost like a moving sound that just kind of fades around you, and it keeps hitting you every now and then, but you just push it back. And it's this kind of devotion to your own mind, the ability to create your own kind of strengths in your mind that you kind of don't let it manifest whatever it's trying to manifest. And you repel it continuously. But you still feel the anger flowing in and out. But your mind holds strong. You don't have any issue this night. V. The same thing happens to you. Can you roll a wisdom saving throw, please?
11.
Unlike the others, it hits against you like rain upon the skin, and it seeps in. And you feel every time you've raged and invoked your rage, bound by blood, you feel your whole body just evoke it outwards, and suddenly you're in a forest. You look down, and your blade is pouring with blood. But not the blood of other people. It is bleeding. It is alive. And it's begging you. Stop. Don't let her in. Stop. Don't let her in. And it bleeds more and more as it tries to repel. And a lady's footsteps go through the woods. And you feel, even though she's delicately stepping, the ground shakes at every single time, and she tiptoes through the grass, through the leaves, and they blow away from her. Even on her gentle foot, you see this feminine form, muscular, naked, From the body down, you see muscles rippling through it, but it walks towards you delicately. Trees collapse side to side as it comes towards you. Smiles. Places its hand on your wrist, and you feel such a strength as it pulls it forward. You feel anger flowing through you, feel rage kick into you. And it says, "You're now bound by more than blood." And absorbs into your skin. And you wake, sweat dripping down your face. You don't feel any different.
What the fuck?
This is fine.
Uh-huh.
How are we all doing today? How's it going?
How are we feeling? Very
Carl.
good.
Don't say it like that.
You close your eyes. You believe you've fallen asleep, but then your eyes open and you're still just lying there on your bedroll. Nothing you seem to do can put you to sleep. You look around, everyone's around you. It's frustrating. You can't fall asleep. What do you do?
Carl, I'd probably
Oh.
get up and he'd go over to Desmond because Desmond's the only person supposed to be up still. Sit down next to him.
Desmond says, "What?
Oh.
What's wrong? You couldn't get to sleep?"
What the hell?
Oh
No.
my god.
Maybe it's the nerves of it or something.
Well,
Yeah. I don't usually have this much trouble, actually.
I mean, that's rad. And just take a walk.
I think that might actually be a pretty good idea, Desmond.
Works for me. I'll keep an eye on everyone. And I'll give them that tea you
Yeah.
gave me.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
I want to do one insight check against myself here
Sure.
on if I feel like I should really be leaving the group that's supposedly in danger.
Yeah,
if,
fair.
like, I'm guided not to do that. 28. I think Carlisle would take a walk, but this would be like a walk around the campsite kind of thing. I don't think he'd go
Yeah.
like deep into the
Although-
distance.
I would say to you at this point, when you think about it, the more you think about it, it is, you can insight that it feels weird and off. But for some reason, Desmond's words feel like the best idea. Like,
Oh.
there is
That's
something
not right. I'm an idiot.
there is something so compelling about the idea. If you want to resist it, it's going to be a wisdom saving throw.
Oof.
I think I want to resist it, but not in like the I don't know if I fucking believe Desmond right now, but in like a is this actually a good idea kind of thing, and not think too much of it. But I think
Mhm.
Carlisle would think about it to the extent where I'd probably wisdom save.
Okay.
That's an 8, a cool 8.
Oh my god. Welcome to the club, brother.
Your mind pushes against it, and you are.
Oh,
A walk seems like such a good idea. Just a
Okay,
walk
well,
around the mountain. It'll run your energy down a little bit. It'll make you a little bit more tired. You go into bed, and it'll feel great getting off your feet. Just a little walk around, a little peace and quiet.
Well, if anything happens, then Desmond, just give me a holler, okay? I won't
give
be
you a
too far
holler.
away, and I will hear it. Okay.
And Carlisle will
Desmond.
make his way along.
And you wander around and walk all the way around to the bottom of the back of the cliff. And you walk around to the front. And there seems to be a glow as you're getting closer around to the front. A bright, dark and green glow just kind of shining like two people holding torches there. So you naturally stealth by quietly. And when you get around to the front, you look up, and there's a sealed doorway across the side of the cliff. And on both sides small, circular, almost glowing orbs. One on the left is green and almost kind of flows back and forth. The one on the right, similar vibration, but it's black. And you reach up your arms, and you, in this dream form, you can extend your arms excessively far and press both in. And you feel that when both are pushed, the door opens. And a door glitters on the way in. You see bright light, but then it closes and your arms pull back. And you realize there are two ways, two switches for this vault.
Okay.
Give me just a general wisdom check.
15.
It's enough to make you realize this is similar. Maybe not as much information as Farman found. But he used this. And you realize that you've been shown the way.
Okay. I think Carlisle probably wouldn't even be completely convinced that he's still in a dream, and he would try to commit to memory where these two spots were on this cliff and start running back to Desmond to tell him.
When he turns his head towards you. What'd you find?
The vault door was right down the cliff. There's these two things you have to press, and the door is right there. The green orb and the black orb. We need to wake everyone up.
I showed another. The very same thing. You'll have your answers. And I need your help. And then you wake up.
Wow.
Oh.
And you're in your bed.
Okay.
And you feel that same epiphany that so many innovators have probably experienced before you right here.
So is design trapped there by rage? Or something similar?
It seems like something like that is going on. Maybe Rage is trapped there.
Maybe it's just one
Trying to
person
get
and they're
out.
just fucking salty that they keep showing the exact same shit to every fucker and no one gets it. He's like, I've showed so many people.
Come
should
on.
No one has figured this.
door,
It's two
dude.
fucking
Show them
orbs.
the door, they figure out how to make a cool calculator. It doesn't make any
Maybe-
fucking sense.
Maybe design and
Literally
Rage
two doors
are
right there.
Two sides of the same coin.
I was wondering if they were the same person, but I don't think that makes
Frustration and innovation.
sense.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm still trancing.
When Carla wakes up, does he see anyone else up?
It would be probably
V woke
happening
up,
similar
right?
time, yeah, as V waking up. But I think for the rest of you, you probably spend out your night. Desmond
You
is still
definitely
there.
see me heading over to V then, because V probably
Mhm.
awoke most violently, like sweating
Yeah.
at this time. So it'd just be us two then.
Yeah, Carlisle,
Carlisle.
I think bolt up pretty quick too, and go over to you two if he saw you two up and over there.
You said I don't feel different, but I'm like shaken, right? Joe?
Yeah, it was like you just woke up from a nightmare. You kind of got a cold sweat.
Yeah. Yeah. Is everyone okay?
I mean, all I saw was mainly you having a reaction. Everyone else seemed calmer. Why are you up, Carlisle? You seemed fine. You weren't panicked.
Yeah, Carlisle ran over his fellas. All right. I saw it. Did you see it too? Carlisle look over at V.
I had a nightmare.
Oh. Are you okay?
I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It felt foreboding. Do I look different? Have I changed?
A medicine check.
You do a medicine check.
That's smart.
And that one, I think Carlisle's probably too
Yeah.
flustered from.
The orbs, V, the orbs.
You look, listen, you look fine. But listen, there was these orbs down the cliff.
Ghost orbs. We gotta take pictures of them.
Can you draw them?
Stepping back and slowing down for a second. Whether or not it's something deeper or if it was just a bad dream, I don't think I see anything visually wrong here. And I think, Desmond, do you?
I mean, not from what I can tell. Let me look like fine. to me.
Carlisle
I'm
asks
not
that
even gonna make
more-
a check. I'm a negative
He
one
asks that
medicine.
more
I
to
know.
like put V at ease that
Yeah.
like two people
Yeah.
are seeing that nothing has changed.
look the
than
same as you
genuinely
always have.
expecting like a check.
I'm concerned.
Well, look, given what I experienced and the fact that you had a nightmare then, I think we can assume that sleeping here most of the time probably isn't that great. Either way, we still need to get some sleep, but if you want to go back to sleep, we can use one of those salves to make sure you don't have another nightmare, and at least you can get some rest.
How much sleep have I gotten at this point, Joe?
You would have woken up after a couple hours.
Okay, with my chrysalis, I only need 4 technically, so if I got that much, I'm good. I may stay up, actually.
Well, yeah, no problem here. I mean, I'm a little flustered now. I don't think I want to go back to sleep either for a little bit.
Can I check my sword?
Yeah.
Just make over it meticulously.
Your sword, in general,
Mhm.
can you describe how you see it, usually? Like, give me the description of your sword.
Yeah. So giant broad slab of of steel.
Okay.
But an extension of herself and like a part of her, essentially.
How would you
She
describe,
sees
like, the
it-
hilt? How does it look to you?
Yeah, the hilt's like it has a crescent moon facing her, and the hilt specifically in that crescent intended where her wrist, if she flicks it weird, it will, like cut into her to bleed her for her blood frenzy.
You would see that crescent moon. On one side, looks as if it is almost moves and drips. It's reddened. It's gone red. And it almost shimmers like wet blood.
Mm.
And on the other side, similarly red, slight bits of smoke come out the other side of the crescent moon. That was never there
What the
before.
fuck? Okay. Should touch the area. Not even thinking about it. Like thinking like what, like that must be like I'm seeing things, right? She's like trying to like rub it off or something.
You push your finger across and you feel like this similar kind of like how you can flick it and prick it. You can almost feel there's almost like a pain when you put your hand there. Almost like anger flowed into you. But other than that, it doesn't feel different.
She's not going to tell anyone for now.
Over the course of the next few hours, each of you would wake up from your dreams and rest. Garthalo also wakes up a little earlier because he only has to trance as well. He would kind of sit there and he wakes for all of you. And when you're all up, he would say, "Any of you had any epiphanies? Any great thoughts? Because I did not. Another
No,
damn night wasted."
I don't think Carlisle would say anything to him about it in any direction because I don't think he'd want him to feel bad.
it was just sort of a normal rest, really. Quite disappointing.
Well, what's another week to wait up here?
Have you ever been visited in this dream? The past 7 days?
Not the past 7 days, no. Long ago I was.
When you were shown the answer.
Yes.
Does it... Are you working on your project all alone? You don't have
This one,
someone
yes.
else to bounce ideas off of, or...
No, I've always been better alone. Well, I'm going to get back to my research, which is... taps his mind. All up there. I hope all the best for your own innovations. And maybe I'll see you again. He
Use
slips
that,
back
dear.
to his tent and kind of just sits there, folds his arms, looks down.
So how did everyone sleep?
Oh, it was really disappointing. I just sort of felt something. I shrugged it off. It was just my own self. Quite angry. Really, like every time I was ever angry. Just repeating. It was really boring. I kept waiting. Maybe something else would happen. Tried to relax. It didn't. Nothing. It was really boring. Tell me something. Somebody else got something.
Something tried to attack me. And we were able to defend against it, but apparently this thing doesn't have a body, a true form. It primarily operates in people's minds. I asked if that meant that we won't be able to interact with it in this, awake sort of realm. But apparently it can take on a shape. It just doesn't technically exist here. So I don't really know where that leaves us.
None of you were visited.
Well, I mean, I think I was, but I didn't. Nothing happened. I sort of felt it, and it just.
What did you see, V?
A woman whose very step shook the earth, demolished trees. She approached me. She touched me.
say anything? Did you have to fight her?
She said that I was bound to her. She kind of doesn't repeat identical to what she said.
Oh.
Does that mean, do you feel any different?
I don't think so. I woke up feeling like I would out of a nightmare.
That makes sense, right? That's quite alarming.
But is it just a nightmare? You were fighting something off. I didn't experience that.
Maybe you waking up was you fighting it off, right?
Maybe. We should go. The doctor had a revelation.
Well, I was gonna make it a surprise, but
Apologies.
I did. My dream was me waking up in the camp, and I couldn't sleep. And Desmond was awake. And Desmond told me to go for a walk, and that was a good idea. Desmond had a good idea. And I went down the cliff, and I think I saw the vault door. And there were these two orbs. And when you press them, the door opens. And then I went back upstairs to Desmond, and, well, they said that they needed my help, that they had already told this information to someone else. And then I woke up.
All right. So what are the orbs? What do we do?
Well, I haven't walked down there yet because I didn't want to do it by myself and then end up stuck in the vault. But we all get some breakfast and then we get to it.
So Desmond said they'd showed someone else, so Farman, presumably,
Farman,
right?
most likely.
Yes.
What if he... All right.
I didn't have any kind of moment of anger or I was frustrated that I couldn't sleep, but I wasn't furious. I didn't really feel like I was under some kind of mental attack last night.
Morgan, what about you?
No bother. I seem to have something watching over me of sorts. Where my power is derived from. She'll hold up her blade. I was told, though, that a child of the three sleeps here.
I was told the same.
Which one?
You didn't say.
It's good to have that confirmed, I suppose. Surely it must be rage, right? Feels like it. Well, should we get ourselves up and look at the door that we missed?
Yeah, for sooner we do it, the better, because I don't think I exactly have your memory, Andrasa, so...
Oh no, it's like an hour after you wake up. You're like,
Trying
how
to
did that
remember
go
the
again?
dream. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd be able to wander down from the mountain, wander around to the front of the cliff. And it looks just as it did the day before. A cliff face. Nothing more.
Can Carlisle kind of pinpoint from his memory the two spots that he would need to press? Because I know he probably can't do them both personally himself because of the fact that he had to stretch his arms in his dream to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can find exactly where they are.
Could someone come over here and put their hand right here?
Go 20
Point
feet
that
apart.
spot.
Can we reach them from like
The ground?
Not ground, but you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, all right, sure.
And then Carlisle will start walking towards the other spot. And while he's doing that, I want to do a perception check to see if there's anyone that can see us right now
Okay.
from the distance.
Do a perception check.
22.
You'd be able to look up and you just see the elf at top who's kind of looking down, watching, a little confused. But you look around the area and no one seems to be watching you otherwise.
How do we feel about doing this in front of him?
And Vassaline's trying to act casual. Hey guys, just leaning against a cliff. What's up?
He knows something. It might be beneficial for him to know we're doing this,
Yeah.
but I don't know to what degree, really.
Yeah, there's not really much we can do without being outright antagonistic. So
Yeah, and I found out that information non-consensually, so I'd rather not be like,
Hey man,
Hey, I
you
know
feel
you know
super
something.
mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
yeah, Carlisle will walk up to the other spot, and he will press his hand where he remembers it needing to be.
Put your hand against it. Nothing happens.
don't feel anything. Do we feel anything on the like? It just feels like rock. Just feels like.
Just feels like rock.
Okay, so this is what I remember doing in the dream. And I remember when that happened, I thought to myself that maybe I didn't get the full picture on how it opens, but I remember that one was a black orb and the other one was a green one. Carlisle point to which ones those ones were.
Black on the right, green on the left.
So
Above board.
magic types or
Green might represent design, black might represent rage. Because I'm going off of the way my sword was.
Mm.
do we think that?
Or magic types, yeah.
Do we think that Farman got this far and then decided to tell the council? Or do we think he potentially knew how to?
Maybe he got
Let's think about
inside.
it.
It may have been that
There's
he
orbs.
realized he needed more than one person to open
But they're not here.
Mm.
Morgaine, do you see any sort of reality tendrils or something like they're hidden or?
Nope.
I'm looking around for like anything that would be an ink or like it's just rocks,
Reality
I don't know.
tendrils?
No, like the sort of like it's. Do you know what I mean? Like a sort of residue or something, right? So like you've hidden it, and then there's going to
Right.
be like, come on.
I see nothing.
I guess the question is if one is rage and one is design, how do we activate that?
Maybe those who have been touched by.
Why would it be?
I don't
Can I
know.
try to,
It's
can I
probably
do a
magic.
ritual identify one of the orbs, the green orb, while we're doing this? To see
There
if
is
I
no
can
orb.
gleam anything of it?
Wait.
Nothing's
Oh,
there.
You already saw that in the dream.
Cliff
Just a
face.
cliff for
Yep.
us.
What if
So they're
Carlisle
not.
touches the green one because he had a like an epiphany and I had a nightmare? I
It was
touched the
that,
black
yeah.
one.
It was. I was either going to say that or
Yeah.
V touches the rage one and rages, and like Desmond, a actual byproduct of
I'm
like
wondering about Desmond.
Warforged
Yeah.
design
Oh, that's a good
was to
design
touch the other one.
idea
So
too.
it could be either of those.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's try.
We could
both.
try. Yeah, I'll touch the black one.
Echo will go over to the green side.
Okay. Press your hands in. Nothing happens.
Hmm.
Swap with Desmond.
Desmond, you swap with me.
Desmond, get in there.
All right. Touches the
Touches.
spot.
Push your hand against a rock, nothing happens.
Damn.
Now, what if we all
What
link
if-
arms and make a complete circuit? You know, you said
I
your
have a
arms stretched
question.
in your dream, right?
That is
Yeah,
true,
they do
actually.
that in
Hold
escape
on.
rooms.
Wait, that's
Say
not
in
a bad
character.
idea.
If
Because what if
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
channeling something through Desmond? You're onto something. I think we should try that.
Yeah, let's do it.
okay,
Let's all connect, like touching,
Okay.
until we touch both.
You can all grab each other's arms, link them up,
Power friendship.
push your hands
Friendship.
in, nothing happens.
Damn it.
Okay, come on.
Man.
I liked that idea.
Can I yell up to the guy watching us? Any ideas?
So,
That's
Apologies for
funny.
eavesdropping, but I don't actually know what you're trying to do.
What?
so I think Andrasa holds up her hand before we respond to that guy. Do we know what the elf who figured out the memory looked like? Darts her eyes up towards elf at the top.
Oh, fuck.
Mm,
The one who's hunting Farman, potentially? Yeah, we did have a description. Let me find it. Unless someone can remember.
Hee hee hoo hoo.
mind it
I
out of the
feel like-
DM. Come on.
Yeah.
This is where
Hood,
you're
pale skin, white hair, handsome. I don't think
guy
this is our
handsome?
guy.
He doesn't sound handsome.
I don't know.
Is he?
Yeah, that doesn't
I don't
sound like
know.
this guy.
This guy, that one, he wasn't described as like having the like deteriorating skin or anything. Does this guy have white hair?
You don't know.
Hmm.
Second
He was wearing a
question.
hood though.
Hoodie up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a little scary.
Second question. How long ago was Duke taken to the warehouse?
Couple of
Oh.
weeks. Happened
Okay, it's
within
been
a couple of days
weeks.
of, yeah. But probably at this point, but maybe, no, probably about a week ago, I think, based on the timeline.
Okay, and so now this guy's been here, he says, for a week, which also could be a lie, but I don't know. I'm just...
Both your arms stretched out and you touched both at the same.
I just don't think they're here, right? I think it's some sort of...
Do we have to
There
wait
has to
till
be some sort of
nighttime or
shift
something?
or-
Yeah.
Hmm.
Where the bloody hell is Farman?
Maybe he managed to get inside. I know he
How do
can't
we-
get out. Or doesn't want to get out.
What if he's looking for the orbs?
Hmm.
The key, the whatever? And we can catch up.
Hmm.
Hi, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hey, hello.
Hey.
Clairvoyance says that I can place it at an obvious location unfamiliar to me, such as behind a door.
Yeah, if you think a door's there, you could put a clairvoyance orb behind it.
Can I try to put a clairvoyance orb like inside the mountain directly behind where we think the door is?
Damn.
Yeah.
I would like to try, please.
Okay. Are you choosing seeing or hearing?
Seeing.
You press your hand up against the wall. You cast clairvoyance. And you appear in a hallway gleaming with light.
Well, shit.
And it seems to descend down to the ground.
Like an elevator shaft?
More like a kind of a ramp and staircase, very similar to the first vault you went into. Where there's a hallway
Okay.
and then it goes down.
Okay. Yeah, still concentrating on it. I'll describe what I see out loud.
It's very similar to the vault that you went before.
Well,
I'll,
I'm glad I didn't completely miss the mark.
I'll swap it to hearing, please.
But it's hearing, and you hear a gentle almost this kind of like rhythmic sound that echoes throughout the hall.
Cell
Does
phones
it
on
sound like
vibrate.
people, or does it sound like machinery?
Sounds more almost instrumental, like a soft bit of music.
Okay. There's music playing in there, I
Trippy.
think.
Fuck, do we open this fucking door?
If wherever I've placed it, can I see completely around?
Yeah, I think so.
Can I look at the back of the door
Yeah, it looks
or where we think the door is?
like a large door with no seam, archwayed, and you can see patterns on the back of just almost like circles and lines going through them, incoherently, all across the back of the door. Doesn't seem to have any necessary pattern to it.
I'm gonna sort of rudely like snap and point at V and say, "Can you touch the wall, please?"
Yes. I touch.
When V touches where we think the orbs are, do I see anything happen?
Nothing happens.
Okay.
You can spend an hour if you want to think about it and make general wisdom checks. I'll give you the answers
I'm
based
gonna
on
be
that.
real. I feel like we should spend an hour to think on it because I also don't feel great about this dude spying on us anymore from the cliff.
Yeah.
And I think that if we step away and pretend that we kind of gave up and this was just some crazy thing, he might
I'm
stop.
like, oh well.
True.
Yeah, if you step away for a little bit to think about it, to discuss ideas, we do it as role players, so characters doing it. He would definitely get bored and lean back at one point. Go ahead and make me wisdom checks as you pass an hour by. I would also let you do
19.
intelligence checks as well, if you prefer. It's kind of just general, like how your character deduces things. Do you do it like common sense wise, or do you try and come up with the?
Ah, shit. That was a 12.
I whiffed.
We
6.
suck.
Well, I got
I'm
a 19.
bad.
Looks
I
like
ain't
the best we
smart.
can.
See if Morgan's got anything. Intelligence or wisdom, Morgan?
You're asking too much of me, dude. Just a check, right?
Oh my god.
Why all the eight?
Damn.
What's happening here?
Yeah. You spend the hour and you come to no conclusions during the entire time.
It's not hidden with an illusion because Morgan would see that.
So the 19 didn't give anything either, right?
Oh, you have a 19? Oh,
I got a
sorry.
19.
Sorry, I thought that was hidden in the sixes
Okay, I
and
was
whatnot.
gonna say.
Okay,
holy
the
Like, damn, that's
19?
that's high. If we're getting
Um,
nothing on 19.
The logical conclusion is that you come to, you don't have all the pieces of the puzzle yet. There's some significant factors you are missing. And Farman
But
had this information for a time beforehand. He had a lot of, he might have had weeks to think on this. Days or weeks. Trying to solve a great riddle in minutes.
So anything that we ever saw Farman with, the people that Farman was with, that stands out. There's something
Well,
he
we asked the
had
people he
or
was
knew
with.
that we don't know yet. And it's whatever I thought we were missing before.
The only way to know is to either find him or just keep resting on this stupid cliff. until potentially we are
It
told
comes to
more
us.
information. But that comes at a great risk. What do we know about... We know he said he was going away, but he really came here. We know that the elf was looking for him with... What the elf saw... Hold on, I have to look at my notes.
I gotta pull
So
'em too.
wait, yeah. So we we know that Farman left with dudes from a guild, and we
Right.
chose to not go to that guild so that we could get to the vault faster. Correct?
Yes, so we could
You've
still
got
do...
you've got a few. I can break down everything that you've done, and everything that you
Right.
still got clues for, without
Okay.
trying to give too much away. Unless you want to do that in LG, because technically it's probably easier if you do it if you have something written down.
It
Because
probably
I don't
is,
want to.
except for
I don't want to give you the obvious answer by just saying it out loud.
I did
Um,
We
also
did
miss a
skip
couple
out going to that
sessions.
guild.
So
Yeah.
we definitely have that
Yep.
guild.
That's one of the things you've
Worked
skipped
on-
out on.
Dwarf didn't get past that elf. Believed what he was looking at was a lie. Elf seemed to be contracted. Wait. Elf almost purposely nondescript. Seemed to be contracted. Dwarves were worked for someone called the Boulette, and we have shit from the Boulette. The Boulette was the dude, sapphires and the beard with the darrow and the whatever.
We have the password.
And we have the note and the password.
Yep.
And the
We do.
sending
Wait,
stone.
just call him.
Yeah, I might just go to
We
this
just
guy on
call
the
them.
cliff.
Hey man.
What if the
Yeah,
way into
someone's
this
done.
vault is through the like under dock?
Maybe. I feel like we need to get these orbs figured out.
This Boulette's just like, I'm literally at the
But
fucking
maybe.
door.
I
with
Yeah,
the
what if
orbs.
they're just
He
chilling?
chumps. Just call me.
I just don't think that the dream would have come to Carlisle like that if the actual answer
Yeah.
was to completely
To go
depart and find
somewhere
a different
else.
route. Because then it would have
Yeah.
put the dude in the dream would have just been like, you need to fucking 180, dude.
Yeah, you
There's a
can't get in
cave
this way
you
now.
need to go for.
Would you describe as the hooded elf guy as handsome, Joe?
Not on the side you saw.
Okay.
Can we
I mean, it could
just...
be disguised
Oh
as
wait,
anything.
sorry. Can I go up there and press the digitate a gust of wind and we could see his other side of his face
I
and
mean,
then we'll
what if
know.
they
Didn't
tried-
we see a pretty clear picture of this guy in
We did. He's a
in what's his butt's brain?
hood, pale skin, white hair, handsome elf. Is the only one who saw through the lie of the memory. Contracted
You didn't
by
see
guild.
him.
He was described.
Oh,
He was
just
Yeah.
described.
described.
Adelaide,
Okay.
I believe, described him.
So it
Oh,
could have
Duke did.
been...
Locate a creature of someone you've
Duke
just heard.
did. I'm pretty sure.
Or do you have
Yeah,
to use them?
that could have been... It was Duke, I think. Hold on. Yeah, that was in
Because
the
after
episode.
describing him, he was like, "You
when we
need
were-
to see what he saw."
Yeah,
Or-
when we were in the
Yeah.
room. It worked on a dwarf, didn't get past that elf, believed what he was looking at was a lie.
Hmm.
So yeah, you've got a few things that you've mentioned the right roads there. You haven't investigated the guild. You haven't investigated the sending stone. The nature of the elf.
Maybe we should do the sending stuff.
I think the sending stone
Yeah.
needs to happen right away.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
I don't feel
'Cause-
great about not exhausting all of the possible things that could like implicate this
No,
guy in
same.
any part of it, and then we
Yeah.
and we just leave him here alone. now that
Here,
we've,
I
like,
know.
outed that we know
For
this spot.
sure. But how do we get more from him? The fact that you rolled a 30 something and you'd never heard of his illness is suspicious as fuck to me. But
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
It could be because it's a different,
It's like a
It's
fey.
Feywild,
it's a
right?
fey
Yeah.
thing, but a 30's pretty.
I
fucking
know.
high.
That's what freaks me out.
All right,
It's
let's use the
either,
sending
it's not
stone
an
'cause we're
actual
here.
illness, it's like a curse. It's something
Yeah.
that has nothing to actually do medically speaking with.
Do we know for sure who the sending stone connects to?
We have the
it's-
note and it...
Yeah, so the note said, when it's past recovery, send password down with stone. We'll send our current location. Don't bring Darrow. And the password is Sapphire Beard.
So I'm thinking we could do the sending stone from here, right? And then if it, whatever, then we could just go back up and be like, we were gonna leave, but it's really pissing us off.
Do you have white hair?
We didn't have a
Come here.
By the way, I can't remember. What's your hair color?
I think we might as well. Like,
What do we
Yeah.
want to say to the setting stone besides the password? Because they're gonna receive that as thinking that the ley line thing is ready to go. Right? That was the whole point. I mean, by now they probably
I
know it's
guess they
foiled.
they probably
though.
know it's bullshit.
Right.
So yeah, so I guess we might just.
It would be
able
up to them
talk.
to decide whether or not to respond
True.
if someone talks through that stone, right?
All right, who wants to whisper Sapphire Beard into the stone?
Not me. I am not
Oh,
charisma.
I could do it. I could change my voice.
Let's
yeah,
fucking
do it.
go.
Yeah.
All right, how do I activate this thing?
Taps
Take
it.
a look at it. Yeah, tap it a few times.
Bangs it like a TV.
Come on.
This freaking thing.
I'll even whisper into it to sort of hide what natural voice I'm using.
Okay. What do you say?
Sapphire Beard.
So confident.
So 12.
The mouth lights up. Come to the well near Rhodes Journey Tavern. We're camped below. Rondark wants all Dello dead. Orders from our employer. Elf put the gnome here.
Whoa, can you paste that in the Discord?
Elf
Thank
put
you.
the gnome here.
I can't write that fast.
I like the
Thanks.
deadpan. Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa, buddy. Settle down.
Do we know that tavern?
You can do
Like from walking around?
I'd say a charisma history check for that one. So if you have history as in a proficiency, just roll straight charisma and then add your proficiency bonus. It'll be for the
Charisma
well-traveled
is
road.
Nothing. 12 plus history.
I'll make it a 20 because I feel like this is important to.
Yeah, I got a 20.
If you have both got 20s, then you both heard of it. It's a tavern that was built on a diverging road off of the long road. They wanted it to be kind of this secondary road, and it kind of failed. It is closer to the northern portions over this way, kind of northeast. And it kind of, they try to create a secondary portion so they could divert as much traffic coming down from all weathers into the bay as possible. But it kind of failed. The Rhodes Journey Tavern got abandoned. So it's an abandoned tavern off of there. Probably about a day's travel.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
When Tak was listening in to the guy's dreams,
Mhm.
did his voice sound the same as it did when he was talking to us in his authentic dream version?
No.
Okay.
Ooh.
I rip his wig off. Who is you?
We just need to beat this
sprinting
guy up,
towards him.
right?
I mean, it's one dude. There's 6 of us.
Roll initiative, bro.
Dude, he's actually just a diseased man, and we're just beating a diseased man because that's really cool.
Then it'll be an easy fight. It'll be an easy fight if he's diseased. We'll do non-lethal.
Apologize.
Yeah.
Make mistakes. Okay, but
We've
he
got
needs
money.
us.
We'll pay him off. It'll be fine.
I think we should
He could join our camp.
question him more before we go. Yeah.
Hey man, we feel really bad. We just kicked the shit out of you. Do you want to come back with us? Though we know a lot of nice people.
It would make sense for us to go up and want to say goodbye before.
We're already
Wait, I
here.
have an idea. Carlisle, you're a doctor. You could ask if he could take down his hood so you could see if you could do anything that could help.
Yeah.
You're a really good doctor.
That's not a bad idea. Because
Yeah.
you're a
Super
really
good
good
doctor.
doctor.
You're a really good
Really
doctor.
You're an okay doctor.
No, you go fuck yourself, champ.
the
Right, you
fuck,
dead
man?
15
Yeah,
times
see me
over.
tomorrow, Dokkamon, bitch.
Oh, you are so cooked. All right. Anyway.
Guys, no, don't bring it up here.
No. Okay, you want to go back up to the
We
top?
go back up.
Okay, you can
Yeah.
head back up there as a group, and he kind of folds his arms, looks across to all of you as you kind of come over. He stands up slowly. I apologize if I was eavesdropping too much. Just curious.
I think I'll look at Carlisle and then be like, we just felt like we shouldn't really leave without the epiphany. It seems stupid, right? We should wait. We should just stay. We should try to get something.
That's me
Right?
for the last 8 days.
Right? That's what you.
I understand.
That's what you're doing. You're just going to stay.
I am going to stay.
Do you think we will ever get half an epiphany, or just a good idea?
Honestly, I
Something.
thought I knew how it worked when it worked the first time, but nowadays, I'm not sure.
It's just weird, I got about halfway down, and then I thought maybe I felt it was something, but I don't think I did.
Sorry if I'm misremembering. Well, if you don't mind saying, what was it that came to you the first time?
Well, actually, it was my wife. It didn't feel like I was dreaming. And I thought me coming to the cliffs was the dream. And I was waking up in my own bed alongside her. And she just gave me the advice I needed to hear at the time. And it worked.
And then you invented something.
Yes.
What did you invent?
Well, a cure for my ailment for the most part. Replacement parts.
Oh. Can we insight check that?
I mean, I would like to.
Mm-hmm.
You can start checking.
Not 20.
Won't bother to roll.
It is very subtle. And well practiced. But it is in fact a lie.
Yes!
You pick up on it.
this man.
Are we gonna beat this guy up?
Shit.
No. Well,
Well, I think what I was
Break this
I
man.
was kind of trying to hint. I wanted to see if he did anything when I was like, I got like halfway down, like where we were, and then was like, oh, maybe I think of something. Like maybe he had that vision, and that's why he was like peeking over.
Oh, to see if we figured it out rather than.
Yeah, like maybe he knows that part, right?
Ah.
And he's gotten that part, and he
Yeah.
doesn't know what to do with it, so he's still here.
Sorry, replacements. Do you mean like synthetic?
It is more like magical regeneration. Occasionally my
Oh,
body parts will collapse off of me and I'll regenerate them.
that is a
Carlisle
discovery.
will kind of like quietly signal to the others that something is very off about this.
What made you go to the Feywild? It seems such a dangerous place.
In my younger years, I was looking to bring some revelations from it.
Revelations on like tricking people and sort of
I
making bulky
studied.
deals.
I studied medicine of a degree. Medicine mixed with science. The idea of curing things without the need for clerics and healers.
Hmm.
And the irony is that the only thing I've ever truly cured was myself, and even then, it was more of slowed the progression.
Hmm. Did you just go to the Feywild that once? That was enough, I would assume.
I did a couple of small journeys there.
So that happened on the last one then, right? You
Indeed.
go
Oh, well, I
back
think so.
to-
It might have been slow moving. I'm not even sure what gave me it. I think I picked it up from something I ate or sat near. Perhaps even just a bite that I never came to.
I want to insight check that
Yeah.
because I feel like of all the things a doctor would be able to tell,
Mhm.
it's where a problem in your body started. 27.
Once again, practiced lie.
What the fuck?
How do you even get to the Feywild? Do you have a friend who can just sort of makes a portal motion with her hand? Oh, really? That's exciting. Wait. They didn't warn you of sort of you might get a horrible ailment from.
Know all the ailments and diseases in this world?
No, but I feel like if I visited people I knew quite well, they would warn me of the basics. There's giant spiders in this cave or something.
But, what I had caught was rather rare.
Is it? It's quite sad. Have you researched it? Nobody knows how to. That seems terrible.
Alas, it is what I deal with.
Well, as a fellow doctor myself, I certainly feel how difficult that must be for you, though I am a little bit perplexed at the fact that you, to my knowledge, haven't actually given a name of this affliction of yours, and rare or no, feel like it would be a lot easier to maybe put our brains together and try to figure out a solution.
Well, I don't know its real name, so I've just been calling it rather arrogantly Gartholos Bane.
This feels like. I think Andrasa looks at everyone else. It's just that it seems that, what we do is. When we're traveling and we see someone who needs help, we help them. Right? We're the Six. That's what we do. Does he do anything when she says the Six? Insight check, I guess.
Do an insight check.
I'm doing it. I gotta hit the button, man. Calm down. No, 14.
Hard to say.
It's sort of our thing.
I mean, I would appreciate you looking into it. If you ever pass by the Fae.
Can you talk to your
My family?
friends?
I haven't
Sure.
spoken to them in years.
Well, how about while we aren't necessarily at the Fae right now, I could certainly give you a proper once-over. I know from personal experience it's a lot harder for a doctor to examine themselves.
There's no need. You don't need to do that. I'm quite come to terms with my ailments.
Was this the pace at which he said there's no need make it seem like the last thing he wants is for someone to actually check
Insight check
on anything he's saying? 29.
He is trying to avoid you coming near him.
As these two are like kind of questioning him, V is going to slowly like circle around to his backside, just so he's like trapped basically, just as they're talking. Not in like an intimidating way, but she's like ready, And the hood, she says from behind him, is necessary for this ailment.
My own insecurities, I'm afraid. As much as I've come to terms with it, others haven't.
I'm sure our doctor would love to get a look at it in case we encounter it in the future.
I'm sure that I can turn him down and he'll be fine with that.
Oh, I mean, I would certainly be fine with turning it down if I wasn't convinced that you were outright lying to us.
Oh, there it is.
What gives you that impression?
You have. I'm pretty good at reading people. Something about the vagueness of your ailment, the amount that you are hiding, the eavesdropping. Something doesn't add up.
Then something doesn't add up, and my business is my own.
Hmm.
Who are you waiting here for?
Joe,
Mm-hmm.
I think he's waiting.
can I insight? I want to see if it seems like he's about to try to bolt
Okay.
or
Yeah,
anything like that.
fair.
22.
No. But it does look like his hands have gone into a bit more of a defensive stance underneath his robe.
I think you're waiting for yourself, right? You're waiting for the rest of the answer. So you keep trancing again and again to get to the last piece of the puzzle.
Piece of wood puzzle.
I don't think you're waiting for an epiphany on how to help people. Or maybe you are in a sort of grander sense. And I think she kind of shifts her eyes back to Carlisle again. I think you're trying to figure out how to get in.
Get into what?
I'm going to insight
check.
that. 31.
Nice.
He's definitely a little bit more like they're on to me now. His eyes are kind of widening. Although eye you see.
Oh, you know.
V will
And I know you
nod
know.
at Carlisle in a way that's like, if you want me to pin this guy down and
I will
make him
fucking
tell
stab
us
him.
the truth, I will do that.
I mean, if I could get close enough to touch him, but I think he's really on guard right now.
Right.
Are we at the point where now that I have said, oh, you know, and we are all on now the same page that he is hiding something from us,
Yeah.
he was trying to find a way, and I
I'm
think
fine
the
with
time
pinning him
is
down.
now to pin him and stop him because he's going for something under his robe.
He's looking
Yeah,
around at all of
sure.
you now.
I'll take action if he's not. I don't want him to start doing something. Like, what if he teleports away? I'll pounce on him immediately. Like, pin him
Okay.
to the ground and pounce. Yeah.
On attack roll.
Okay. I'll do it
Joe's like, he
recklessly.
dies.
How do I just roll
He's an old
straight?
man.
Just a
He
dude with a
instantly
fucking
cripples.
He's an old
disease,
man.
you guys.
He's a normal human.
just click
Gets 3
strength.
HP.
Click strength
Okay.
and you
So
add your
strength
proficiency bonus.
proficiency.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm doing it recklessly, so I gave myself advantage. Is that okay?
Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Should
so
be a
unnatural
20.
20. Yeah.
Yeah, you grab hold of him. You leap on him, knock him. You grab hold of him.
Carlisle's going to put something over his mouth. He's not going to let him say a verbal component to his.
Smart.
You grab him, put something over his mouth. His eye looks across you.
I'll rip his cloak back off his head.
White hair flows down his shoulder.
God damn it.
Half
Amazing!
of a handsome face. The other half riddled and broken. He looks across all of you.
Does that look real? The riddled and broken part? Like it's not
You can do
illusory?
a
or
medicine
it's
check
not-
if you want.
I mean, I'm not.
Oh, Carlisle certainly will once
Okay.
it's pulled
Mhm.
back. 29.
Nice.
It is real. He has had an ailment.
Ah.
However, it was not a disease. This is the actions of an immense amount of poison going through someone's system.
Like
This-
Tyrannus.
It's Tyrannus!
Hey, man, we saw your town.
Kind of bites down.
Tack will walk up and rest a hand on the back of his neck and say, "What's your name?"
You hear in his mind. Tyrannus.
Damn.
It's nice to meet you, Tyrannus. We've heard a lot about you.
He nods his head.
Should we ask him if he was looking for Farman?
You know how to get in, don't you? You know part of it.
He shakes his head.
Is there nothing on his surface thoughts either?
You kind of just read no. There's no thoughts. Questions.
Were you
Tack will shake her
looking
head.
for Farman?
He Closes his eyes. And you try to read the thoughts, but just anger starts going into you again. Wisdom saving throw
He's got-
attack.
Oof.
Oh God, he's trying to. Yeah.
Does that mean he's been touched by rage then? In maybe.
Oof, a 5.
Oh no.
You go into a rage and you step back and you can feel pain just coursing through your entire body as you just feel anger passing through and you want to strike out at everything around you right now. Who's your closest ally to you right now?
Probably V.
Make an unarmed
She can
strike.
take it.
Oh
can
my
take it.
god, V, I'm so sorry.
Right, if
This is
anyone
gonna
can
be
take
like
it.
a baby hitting a
This is
grown
gonna
adult.
be kind of embarrassing. This unarmed.
Really embarrassing. Wait, what do I do for an unarmed strike?
Strength. D20 strength proficiency.
This is so funny.
Just imagining, like,
I know.
holding on to somebody and then just be like, oh!
I like to think.
Yeah.
I like to think it's actually an open hand slap.
Oh, funny.
So good.
A 1?
Yeah, V
Oh
doesn't
my
even feel
God.
it. You strike out, but you're not trained in fighting. You don't curl in your thumb enough. You hurt your thumb.
Untraded.
You pull back a bit.
It makes it worse.
He kind of looks down at himself, looks up.
Did you do that?
Shakes his head.
I think this thing is feeding on him the same way it was trying to feed on us.
Were you visited in your dreams by a woman? You had the same nightmare as me.
So you sent them to attack the Thermal Heights Guild? No.
This guy could be our ally. You know what I mean? Like, although, because we don't have any evidence of him doing something evil, right? He was just trying to find out what Farman found.
Well,
Well, I
technically
mean-
could have just shaken his head no because he has
No, that's
Yeah.
Tex is no
fair.
longer reading his
That's fair,
mind.
that's
Exactly,
fair.
right.
But it is interesting, right? Because we just know that guy was looking through the memory, right?
Well, they
We
did
don't know that
also
he was
say-
responsible for any of the shit that went down.
They did also say in the sending stone that the elf put the gnome here, so presumably the elf put isn't Farman a gnome, right? So
Yeah, yeah,
he's presumably with them,
yeah.
right?
True.
He kind of tries to pull an arm away from you.
Mm-mm.
You hold it.
I won't let that happen. No.
I'm gonna change form.
Okay.
And I'll do the dumb. I'm gonna try the aberrant self
Okay.
so that I have telepathy,
Okay.
and I'm gonna say out loud, but also telepathically, I guess, to him. You didn't do that to my friend.
Do what
To
you
attack.
offend. Invoke rage?
Yes.
No. It does that. She does that.
Mm.
Are you trying to fight her off? And Rasa's repeating everything out loud.
Thank you.
You can't.
You can.
I'm trying to save everyone.
Is
How?
it possible that if the ley line isn't aligned with this prison, that rage is leaking out now, and unless he
Ooh,
fixes
yeah.
it will
Yeah.
continue to happen?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, maybe he's not our enemy. Like,
How are you trying to fix it?
By stopping rage.
And Rasa repeats that. Something in Warm Steps is very wrong.
Yes.
And we
It
are
has
quite
been.
interested in figuring that out. Did you try to sabotage the Thermal Heights guilds?
Yes.
It's like the cost of some lives to save the entire continent, potentially. I wonder.
How do you think you can save everyone?
By working with design. By stopping
attack on the-
council.
If the attack on the guild had been successful, the valves hadn't been put back, what would have happened?
My design would have collapsed.
And then what?
And then no more Warm Steps.
What about design? What about her?
I don't know. But I think it would have worked.
Who gave you the idea to do it?
I did.
Can you be sure?
No. But science is about testing. No one knows those discs better than I do. Will you take this cover off of my mouth? So I might speak with some dignity.
I feel kind of bad for him.
Andrasa's repeated that, so
V just looks to everyone like she'll do whatever we feel like is the right choice.
I
She
think we
still has
should.
him like
The most he can technically
Grappled.
do is, if he was a caster, is
try to
Misty
bamf
Step.
away.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's only 30 feet.
I mean, I can bind his hands like we've done before.
I'll take it out.
Yeah. I'll like bind his hands behind his
He
back.
pulls his hands away from you as much as he can. Hold on.
I'm listening.
And hear me out saying this. I built things for that town. I designed the entire thing. I formed the council because the lords only cared about seeing themselves prosper. And as the years went by and money started to push into that town more and more, and I lost friends from that council, the designs I sold to the town so that I might fund every other project, they would allow none of it to be used in anything else because they coveted that information. They wouldn't allow us to advance, to build cities in the sky, flying cities from my discs, because all they wanted was to build profit off the small things. And one by one I saw innovators and inventors be surpassed by guild masters only caring for coin. And eventually they came for me. I lost my position, and when I sought to take my research elsewhere, they didn't like that. It went against our contract. The contract mattered too much. I broke contract, so they broke me. But they didn't kill me. But they did kill my family. And they did kill those that I told. And so I sought to stop them. And at first, I thought all I'd need to do is collapse the town. But when I heard about this vault, I realized there was more to it. And I looked and hunted for that little gnome. I couldn't find him. did, he gave me nothing. But I knew you were all on his trail. I knew you were hunting. So I sought to wait here. And honestly, at first I sought out design, because I thought maybe by collapsing warm steps I could rebuild something from the ashes. But then I heard her, and she gave me a better idea. And they can call me traitor, call me liberator,
There it is.
Here we go.
but it calls me herald. And the title is earned. My anger, my fury, my rage is my own. And when it is unleashed, it will be on those who deserve it, and those who did nothing to prevent it. And you see, as he starts glowing red. And if that starts here, then so be it. And he starts going into a rage as we end tonight's episode before
Oh my
you
god.
guys fight a herald of rage.
This will be
my
fine.
God. What's
Uh,
gonna happen? Because Rage visited me. Damn, I'm scared.
It should be interesting because I didn't know if you'd reveal that yet. I thought you might fight them later. So we'll come back next week with a fight against the Herald, which is the first Herald fight you guys are going to have. Essentially an empowered mortal. So it's going to be a dangerous one. I hope you're ready.
Cool,
Well,
neat, cool.
Yeah, we'll finish up there.
I wanted to team up with him.
Yeah, no, he's already been invoked by Rage.
Seems like a bad scene.
Dude, Rage
Bro,
got him first.
his idea of a pretty chill, reasonable plan was to destroy the town and kill hundreds of people.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
He's just
He'd
he's been talking
been-
to. He's been through a lot.
Rage had already been infested him. And maybe you'll be able to save him next week. We'll see what you guys do, but it is a Herald fight. So we'll see then. Let's go ahead and do some shout outs and finish up because we're approaching the 4 hour 30 mark, so it's late. Let's go around that way.
Hello, hi. I'm OLG. I'm really excited that we're having a fight next week. Sometimes I stream, sometimes I post dumb shit on social media. You can find me at places.
Shane.
places.
Yeah.
Good place.
You can find me at places too, like grocery stores.
Don't do that. People don't
I
do that.
get deliveries, so
do
you
that.
cannot find me at a grocery store
Hi,
because
I'm
that is
Shane.
hell.
This holiday season's probably no streams till like January because it's about to get busy over here.
Mhm.
So, yippee!
Keep your eye out. Bree Bun.
Hi, I'm Bree Bun. Touched by Rage. What's up? I'm Mass Effect 2. That's what I'm doing all the time. Very good.
Yeah, you're killing
Yes.
it. That's super exciting.
It's very good.
I'm excited to see your reaction to the final portions of it. Are you how far through? Are you
Yeah.
halfway?
I think I'm like halfway. Yeah,
Nice. Yeah, it's such a good game. Tomorrow.
it's really good.
You may be able to find the others. You will never find me. I'm deleting all of my channels. Everything about me is gone.
Going
You will
dark.
never
No.
find me again.
No,
It's all
Damn.
gone.
No.
You can't do-
Wait a minute.
You
Sam.
had a freaking epiphany at the cliffs.
Hey everyone, tomorrow will be live tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST, twitch.tv/tomorrow, playing, yes. Yes, you will. Hey, that's where he'll be,
Whoa.
playing Dokapon Kingdom, so just go there.
Okay.
But you'll
Yeah,
never
so-
find me.
Okay. Will you also be there?
No. You'll never know.
Okay.
I'm offline.
You
Okay.
can't tell.
Dodger,
Forever.
where can we find you?
Well, it's like a domino effect now, right? So I will also be deleting all of my social media and
shit.
channels. But first, it's the holidays, dude.
Hey!
I am probably not going to be streaming at all until like Friday.
Okay.
But I've been doing all the wholesome stuff. Some League, some Marvel Rivals, some Warframe. I'm in a weird era right now.
Yeah,
You
this
really
is,
are, man.
This is like the 14-year-old me era, discovering yourself.
You know,
The competitive
it feels
edge.
good.
Yeah.
Congrats on puberty. So
Yeah,
excited for you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas to anyone that celebrates and whatnot. I hope everyone has a great time. By the time we next see you, it would have already gone by. So yeah, have a great holiday period. You can find me on.
Okay.
And that's basically where you'd find me. So check those out, and I'll we'll see you guys on the next episode for 54 for the first Herald fight, which I didn't expect to say for next week. So that's exciting. And we're closing on opening up the vault and a big guest star spot, which will be fun. So see you then. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, all that good stuff, and we'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.